Story is fiction. All settings and characters are fiction. Alright, so let's get
I don't
this
know.
started.
I did read about the time that Al Capone had all these things happen to him.
Yeah, I was gonna say he definitely like had to deal with massive demons in a hotel.
Definitely.
Read it in a book.
At the Bellagio.
Yeah, or the casino named Casino.
Well, good luck, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So this
I'll stick
game
around for a few
right
minutes.
here. Oh baby. It's ever a game.
This is this is actually the main event. Everything else was
Just build up.
Just a build up. Just it's the truth.
It's just the build up to this game, really. I mean, look at it. So here we are in New York City. There's no Europe, there's no Asia, none of that nonsense. It's all about America and South America.
Yeah. Mostly about America though, because you know we don't care about anybody else here except people in America. So real quick, we'll go over all the game mechanics.
Yeah.
It's Shadow Hearts 2.
It's Shadow Hearts 2, except it has meter.
Yeah, pretty much. And we're not going to even have... Unfortunately, unlike Shadow Hearts 1 and 2, you don't start with the best character in the game in your party. You start with this guy.
Start with Johnny. He's a boy detective. He's 16.
This guy.
So Johnny's real strength... LCC, why don't you tell us Johnny's real strength? Go ahead and just hit us with this truth, because he does have his he
has high agility.
Go on.
He has high agility. He's also pretty good at jiggling doors too, and doing detective work.
He's got great hair.
He has a jacket that's clearly machined in 1984. Oh man, that's funny. Oh man. He has high agility.
Highest agility in the game, man, except for Bat Hilda.
That's true. He does. You're right. He is really fast. So the difference between obviously Shadow Hearts 1, you just had your traditional level up, learn spells. Shadow Hearts 3, you had the crest system. And Shadow Hearts 3, you have the new star chart system, which is essentially
Zodiacs.
crest.
It's kind of like a map of different zodiac signs, and you can place magic spells into sockets in each zodiac sign, and you can like upgrade each socket with stuff, make them more powerful, or cost less magic points, or change their stuff in different ways.
These fights at the start of the game are just going to be random battles, similar to what we fought in the other game. He's going to hope they cluster so you can kill them with magic. Otherwise, a regular auto attack, or a physical attack will kill them.
Yeah. I have to hit a strike to kill the fat ones, and I don't need a strike for the skinny ones.
Yeah.
And the magic just kills them no matter what. And story so far is I'm investigating this place.
So
detective.
The story is Johnny's a detective, so a reputable professor from a local university comes to him to help him find a dangerous criminal who has skipped bond. Yeah. An 18-year-old kid who's clearly unarmed and has no experience to find a dangerous criminal.
He's got a knife.
He's got a knife. He does have a knife.
I don't know where he got the knife, to be honest. But he's a tough New Yorker, so he's working with what he has.
Yeah. And you don't mess with New Yorkers.
That's right.
Just that. So.
Oh yeah, he has magic, yeah.
It's true.
He found it on the ground.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's 16.
Yeah, he's 16. But he's technically not 16.
Yeah, he's technically like 30. He's like a 34-year-old. Did you get Trice too?
No. Well, it's that...
Oh.
It's that delayed menu thing I talked about.
Yeah.
It only happens at the beginning of the game right here.
He's technically older than 16, but we're not going to get into that. Anyway. So.
What the hell? Man, you guys.
What to say about this game that we haven't already talked about in the other games? Because it carries a lot of the mechanics from 2 over. You still have your technical ring, your adjustable ring, things like that. Unfortunately, you can't edit the judgment ring right at the start of the game. You have to wait until you meet the ring soul in order to do it, which we met in the first game, or second game, very briefly, and only one time. In this game, you go to it twice, I think, right?
Yeah, twice total.
Okay. And to get additional hit areas.
It's like the daughter of the second game's ring soul or something.
Yeah, it's like... Yeah.
Has daddy issues.
Yeah.
But the big thing is the stock system in this game changes the battles quite heavily. Because essentially you have meter in this game, you can build up 2 bars of meter. And you build this up by either doing damage, taking damage, healing with magic, and stuff. So what it actually does is if you build a full bar, you can combo with a different character before their turn comes up. And that's very useful for skipping over bosses' turns to kill them before they can kill you.
Or to take additional turns like buffing and things like that. Or doing a double buff, which I don't remember if you do that much.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. So essentially Johnny was going to go and open this door. Unfortunately, it was beyond his understanding of how to actually open doors. Because when you use the handle, it
wouldn't work.
Stuck. It
was stuck a little bit. But the little girl named Nancy taught us how to jiggle the door. Now we can open it.
Yeah.
Not even a key or anything, just jiggle the door. It works.
Yeah. Like, you just gotta jiggle the handle a little bit. You just gotta get you just gotta wiggle it just a little bit. Loosen it.
Just jiggle it.
Yeah. So Johnny, with his amazing detective skills, which has already been put to the test once and failed miserably, are going to continue investigating this serious matter. And of course, I'm going to be a little bit behind, unfortunately, because I'm watching on stream like you guys. I like how that battle screen is just like a supernova. It's like the Death Star exploded. So what he's going to do here is he's going to use... he's going to just utilize his stock to kill this boss quickly. He's a boss. You fight with the fusion character in this game, which carries over. She is not quite as good as Yuri, but better.
She's fine. She's good. She's good.
Unfortunately, Shania's weakness is that she's quite slow comparatively to other characters, and she can't use crests or
magic.
Magic.
Well, standard magic. She can learn magic from leveling up her fusion stuff.
And she is actually super, super useful in a particular fight that I would say gave us trouble when we were routing, because it was kind of a crappy fight. It's probably one of the worst fights in the game, in my opinion, is the bloopers. Just for time concerns. It's not one you're really worried about dying in, but it is kind of crappy.
It is one you worry about dying in, actually.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Fair.
It's one of the worst, actually.
Okay. So, there you go.
So, sometimes they just line up and then Hilda gets a turn, then you kill them, or they don't, and you don't get a turn, you die. Sometimes. That's much later.
Yeah. And right here you get forced to play the lottery by this creepy-ass guy who just walks up to you and is like, hey,
play the lottery.
Win fabulous prizes.
Big money, big prizes. I love it. Smash TV.
Just quickly, gents. It's 20 to 8, so I've got to make a move to work. But
absolutely.
Thank you very much for being a part of this, you guys.
For sure, for sure.
Everyone's
Thanks
been
for
watching
doing the run, man.
Yeah, no worries. It's my pleasure. Good luck with your run, LCC. I'm pretty sure it'll be great. I will try and jump in before it finishes when I have a break from work.
All right. Later, man.
Take care. See you, Garrick.
Later, man.
Bye.
So what I actually got from the lottery was Daphne fruit. All it is like a remedy. It cures all statuses. There are other things I could potentially get, like a leather cap, which would be really only useful for saving money early on. But you don't really get many Daphne fruits throughout the game unless you buy some, which you can't really buy anyway.
In the second game, I used to pick up a Daphne fruit in a route just because I wanted it for safety, but we just buy items to prevent status effects for the certain fights. In this game, they can kind of just creep up on you, I guess would be the best way to describe it. Just happen out of nowhere, and it's good to just have it laying around.
There's a few fights where it can happen, and you don't go out of your way to buy these accessories because they cost money. You just don't have the money to buy them.
So it just makes more sense to just
have a couple around just in case.
Yeah. And since that lottery doesn't really have anything that gives you any kind of real benefit, it's just safe. It's just better to get the Daphne fruit.
Yeah. I mean, they try and tempt you with Gale Rod, which is a magic spell, but that spell literally has no use on anything in the whole game.
Yeah. It's
except
terrible.
for like the final boss, which you actually already have it on a different crest anyways, so...
Yeah, unfortunately, the spells in this game they did some funky stuff with the spells in this game where there are several of them that require enemies to be in the air, and Gale Rod is one of them, or on the ground. So it's very similar. In the second game, there are a couple spells that are like that as well, but they're less prevalent. There's less of them in the second game, where it's just like this spell won't hit them if you knock them up or knock them down. Gale Rod is just one of those spells that it requires your enemy to be either flying or knocked into the air, and it's just not feasible to really work it into anything.
Yeah, it's supposed to be used in combos, really.
It has a lot of hits, and it does moderate damage.
So, quote unquote, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to hit the enemy up into the air, use Gale Rod so it does a lot of hits, and then your follow-up attacks will do more damage because the more hits in a combo, the more damage you do. But that doesn't work in a speedrun at all.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's just not feasible to be used. So these guys are it's actually Pierre, or Gerard and his new buddy. They're his boyfriend, whatever you want to call it. And they follow you around just like Pierre and his brother Gerard did in the second game. And they're your shop.
So the stock system also has the option to remove stock but from the enemy, and you do that by doing a hard hit, which takes 50% of one bar, and it reduces up to 100%, depending on how much they have. And enemies can oftentimes do stock down attacks on you, which really suck, because you really want to keep your stock for bosses, most of the time anyway. There are some cases where you actually want no stock for bosses, which is like 2 of them. Alright, and that section was just like story stuff. Well, not even really story stuff, it's just story triggers. Nothing there is really relevant to anything.
Yeah, that right there, this game was really big on its, like, just story triggers where you have to run around and talk to certain people or do certain things in order to get the game to advance. And that one was just like a bunch of random people. Incident right there, that little event right there, sorry, where you talk to that PE teacher guy, the gym teacher guy. He's that's where you get the pedometer in this game. And again, unfortunately, the pedometer, like I talked about much earlier today, and I didn't really brush on it in the second game, is also worthless in this game, in the speedrun. Nothing really special to talk about in these fights. They're, again, mandatory battles are just in this game, just like in the second game, and just like in the first game. Is just the goal is to kill enemies as quickly as possible. He's going to use spells and abilities that he knows does damage and kills enemies pretty effectively. And Slug Shell is particularly good here because it will kill these guys. This is pretty much Nathan's one time to shine.
You aren't ready to fix.
And shine he does.
Yeah, very useful right now in this section of the game.
Have to hit the strike though. If you don't hit the strike, it's kind of bad.
Yeah. They live with like 1 or 2 HP. Unfortunately.
The anger of the heavens.
Yeah. Don't question it. Just go with it.
Just go with it.
Just
That's all I can say. Go with it.
yeah.
We're helping out some Native Americans from the
We're
Grand
trying-
Canyon
Yeah. Who are in New York?
who
Dress-
are in New York, and we moved up to like Boston, Massachusetts area somewhere outside of Boston, I think, something like that.
And she's wearing like
She's wearing protective gear.
yeah. That gear is a traditional battle garb of her people. Did I really just try to sell that? I'm a terrible person. And a Talisman of Luck, just like in the other 2 games, any talismans that you can really get along the route are helpful. They're actually much more helpful in 2 and 3 than they are in 1, because if you have to res someone and they have low SP, it actually restores SP as well, percentage of their SP. I don't know what the percentages are based on which talisman you use, but it's very useful. Because SP is a lot tighter. Is it a lot tighter in this game? I guess it is for Johnny, but
It is for Johnny, not really anyone else.
Anyone else, yeah.
Usually.
in the second game, SP really isn't an issue at all, just because of the way that battles are managed. In the first game, they're kind of an issue for Alice, maybe every now and then, if you have bad battles. But in this game, really the only person who has low SP is Johnny. Everyone else has pretty high SP or relatively good SP. Especially the main people he uses in the party have very good SP. Obviously, Shania has a high SP because she fuses, or relatively high. And then, of course, Hilda has great SP because she's a vampire, and so on and so forth. Frank has decent SP. Mal has decent SP. Yeah, Johnny's clothes are from 1980 era, circa 1980-ish, right?
Something like that.
Don't ever let me see.
Rough estimate.
I mean, I'm not a doctor.
Early 90s, late 80s, maybe.
Yeah. Grunge era, it feels, you know. Shanking Johnny. Johnny's gonna go through the woods shanking old ladies. That's what Johnny does.
What the hell? Who are you guys?
What the hell? Oh, what the hell? That's how I imagine Johnny sounds when he actually talks. Even though he has a voice actor.
Alright, into the door we go. To meet our new character, Frank. The ninja.
Frank the Ninja. Let's talk about Frank the Ninja.
The ninja.
The
Let's do this.
Yeah, I don't have anything to do. I can't go over the top of what you just did. So Frank is worried about the states. That's all I've got to say about Frank. Frank is essentially a carbon copy of Joaquin. He's supposed to be the goofy comic relief, and he accomplishes his task pretty well. Unfortunately, he's also inherits all of Joaquin's problems. He's slow. He doesn't do. He picks up weapons that takes time to pick up, and he's slow.
Yeah, picking up weapons takes like 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's
Quite lengthy.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Some might be less than that, but the cactus sword, I actually buy it because of the time it takes to pick it up for free.
Yeah,
I buy it literally right beside it.
yeah.
I am like meters away from the cactus sword, and I choose to buy it from the store for $1,000 because I don't want to walk over and pick it up.
Yeah, it does, and it like you said, it varies based on which item you picked up. Some of them are shorter, some of them are longer, so on and so forth. So,
Let's go.
in this game, Hilda is the best character in this game.
Yeah, this is definitely the Hilda show.
Yeah. Not only her stats just better, she has pretty decent everything. She has really good magic. She has really good, based on which form she's in, she has really good magic, really good physical attack, really good HP. Even in her slim form, which is supposed to be kind of like her other than her bat form, which is obviously her lowest HP. Her kind of her dainty form is supposed to have low HP, and her HP is really not terrible. It's not the best, but it's not bad. It's on par, I'd say, with Johnny's HP, really. So.
Yeah, Frank. Basically his backstory is he has a rich daddy, and his daddy gave him a plane for his birthday, and then one day he flew the plane down to South America and crashed in a jungle in Brazil. And then he met up with some Brazilian ninjas and learned the ways of the Brazilian ninjutsu. And then he's using his now newfound Brazilian ninjutsu powers to save the states from evil.
Yeah, altered. I guess. I'm sorry. I'm bad with names. It is a speedrun. This game, unlike the first game and the second game, the first game is moderately safe. I'd say it's like the middle game as far as difficulty is concerned. The second game is quite easy. You're so overpowered, and you get really good spells throughout the course of the game, and they just really give you win conditions, pretty much. This game is much more technical in the sense of not only are Judgment Rings important to hit perfects on, but they're almost required in some cases because of the way you have to deal damage to bosses. Manipulating stock is also more difficult in this game because you have to know what your boss, like how much stock the enemy has, how much stock you have access to. Also, Ignorac decided he was going to be a friggin' butthole right there, which is just annoying. So on and so forth. So there's a lot more that went into routing this game than the first game and even the second game, as far as like just testing battle strats and things like that. So. Yes, Johnny goes from having just a regular knife to having a lightsaber.
Story.
Don't question it. Just let it flow over you and just move on. Part of the problem is that one thing I will say about this game is that we talked about the first two games being pretty easy, standard fare if you play casually. This game's actually still pretty challenging if you play it casually. Because even if you're strong and you have correct gear, or you have high-powered gear, or your characters are there, they changed the way buffs work in this game, where they're just not as good as they were in the last two games. And the Mind's Eye and physical attack damage is much lower, and bosses still have a significant amount of HP, so it's just not quite as imbalanced in certain respects as it is in the first two games. I really think that about the devs, I think the devs knew that they were on their way out and that there wasn't going to be anything after this. So they were kind of just like, F it, we're out kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a two-man saw for cutting down trees. And Johnny has a lightsaber now. And our Native American friend is T-Hawk, he knows Gun Fu. And Shania has axes.
Yeah. Yep. I'm not actually a huge fan of Shania's Judgment Ring. I don't like it. But what can you do? Got to use her, really.
Yeah, Frank has great abilities too. He has a special skill called Bowling Ball, where he conjures up a bowling ball and throws it at the enemy and gets a spare. It's a good one.
Never gets a strike.
No, always a spare.
Always
a spare.
Never can quite get that full 10 points. Frank's costume is also fantastic, in case anybody's curious. I will contend that he is one of the better comic reliefs in the games. And I do quite like some of the things in this game. I think combat in this game is significantly better than the first two games. Some people will disagree, but it's more challenging and your thought processes have to be better. You can't just be like, hit judgment rings when you have to know kind of like 1 or 2 steps ahead. And I think some of the music in this game is really, really, really good, and some of it's really, really bad. Like, this theme is just... Oh, this theme song for New York.
Hey, it's Jazzy New York. It's the best song, man.
Jazzy New York. It's like what, like 8 bars of the same thing over? Boom. Does anybody think that LCC's run this game too much in the last like 2 months? He hasn't really run it that much.
Not really.
No. This the problem like that I find with this game when I was learning it, I was gonna do runs of it. It is soul crushing. Like Susanna Woe was pretty frustrating in the second game, and I've had some pretty bad experiences in where I've lost like, you know, an entire run 6.5 hours into a game. But this game is just like, you know that it's coming, so you're prepared for it, and then it happens anyway, kind of thing. And you're just like, there's nothing you can do. So, again, more story triggers. You have to go through and do all these things to get the next event to happen. And this is to get Nathan's extra abilities.
Yeah, you have to do that. Can't get past the barrier otherwise. Otherwise, I'd skip it.
Unfortunately, none of his abilities are worth really powering up. Is that Al Capone?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
It looks okay. I mean, we'll see. Yes, happy holidays, everyone. When you listen to the combat music, listen to it, and you'll hear it, and then you'll never be able to unhear it. Just so you know.
So yeah, big things about this game is it's harder. For many reasons. One is the technical ring's strike areas are about 1/3 of the size of Covenant's, meaning that you have to be much more precise with hitting strike zones for magic and stuff. The stock system means that a lot of bosses can oftentimes get multiple turns and kill you really quickly, so you gotta really manage that stuff. And you are often underleveled and don't get turns when bosses do, and they kind of just kill you anyways sometimes. What else? There's other stuff, but
that makes this game harder than Covenant, or just makes this game the hardest of the 3 to speedrun?
well, it's probably hardest of the 3 in general, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it is the hardest of the 3. Bosses don't have crappy abilities in this game, whereas like in the second and third game, or the first and second game, most of the bosses don't have any abilities that are really, really powerful. In the first game, pretty much just Yamaraja Earth and Arcane Olga have abilities that could be real problems. Whereas in this game, pretty much every boss can use a level of magic higher than that's accessible for you. So they're pretty strong. You can pump out quite a bit of damage. And this is really bad luck in this fight. If he were to get stuck in this fight, he'd actually want everything to attack Shania for the most part, because they'll... Yeah.
They didn't at all.
So he can generate stock on her for the next fight that she has to do by herself. And unfortunately, right now, that is not what happened.
Just to give an example, you escape about 90% of the time in this area. It's probably about 90%. And I failed to escape like 6 times in a row. So we're doing good.
Pretty standard fare for this game. Unfortunately, this game is really trolling. That's another thing. This game does seem to have like a vendetta against humanity, that it just decides it's going to take it out on everyone who tries to speedrun it. It doesn't matter how good your luck is. Everything could be going great, and then just everything goes wrong. And that's just it's like a cascading failure. The game decides that it just doesn't want to put up with your crap. You're not going to escape for 6 attempts, just like what happened there. The boss is going to do 4 abilities that in a row that just, just bad luck, things like that. Turn order is going to screw you over or something. So it is much harder in the sense of the game just is at a higher difficulty spike because of the power level of enemies and punishing you for not being like near perfect. Here we go again. However, luckily looks like they did attack Shania a little bit. So.
Yeah, once. For the upcoming boss, I want her stock to be a little over 50%, anywhere between that and 99%. Because I don't want 100%, because if you get second turn, like if the boss goes first, they'll do a stock down attack that removes all of it. But it's only if you actually have a full bar. So you want a little bit under that so that they won't do the stock down attack, so you can build it up and then use it, essentially.
I'm not afraid of you.
I would consider this to be the weakest storyline-wise of the trilogy, but I find it to be the best if you're looking for a game that is fairly challenging and fun to play. It's a fun game to play, but it is the weakest, I think, storyline-wise, because again, it's just kind of a goofy, whatever kind of game. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, developers should make games they want to make, but it is kind of cheesy and corny. You just have to take it for, what it is and not expect more than what it is.
This game's the best.
As a
Don't
kid,
believe the haters.
As a kid, I hated this game. As an adult, I find it quite enjoyable.
I'm afraid of you.
That's true. Frank does have a massive amount of American spirit. He does really care about the States. And he attacked here with Shania to generate stock.
And yes, I do have to talk to all of these murals. They will not let me pass otherwise.
Yeah, unfortunately that's a kind of a crappy thing, is that these murals, these totem things are going to ask you some questions, and even though we may know the answers, we have to look at the murals in order for them to allow us to answer the questions. And if you tell them that you have answered the question or looked at the murals and you haven't, the game will be like, "You're a liar, you're a dirty American liar," and they send you back to the beginning. It's great.
Okay. Let us fight the boss.
Fan service, I guess. I don't know. The game came out in a weird time, man. 2007 was a weird year.
Russia was crazy in the 90s, man.
Yeah, it's
1990s Russia was a crazy time.
just people didn't know what to think anymore. They just ran with it. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you were saying.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that did 5.
Did he kill you?
Barely, yeah.
Did you save? You saved before
Oh
5.
yeah, I saved it.
So that's that fight. You know, it can happen, unfortunately. Unlike Yuri's fusions, Shania's fusions are all dark element. They're not elemental fusions. So you get no bonuses or negatives for fighting against this guy. He just kind of can do stuff like that.
Sure, I got everything. Yep. Okay.
Welcome to From a New World. Part of this, I think he's most of the battles you fight in this are you're vastly underleveled. But at the same time, it's not even just that. It's just that that's the way this game is.
Good fight all.
Did you already finish it?
Yep.
Wow, he just like killed you right at the start, didn't he?
Yeah, I did a crit.
Oh, nice.
Try again. For there of the most guys, I think it's swimming in the sea. Alright, try again.
So, again, I know we've talked about it. We've talked about it and talked about it because we've been doing this for we're going on our this is what is it 13 hours, 14 hours. This is by far the hardest game because you just can't you can't prepare for these things in the speedrun. You have to kind of do the best with what you get. So
I'll play it safe.
yeah, the thing about grinding
Bad
in this
call.
game. The thing about grinding in this game, as when you're playing casually, is that the enemies kind of give crappy experience. It's not bad, but it's not like great. So it's a little slow. It is Liu Kang. It is the third. Technically, it's the fourth game in being the Padolka universe, but it's a separate story. It has no real connection as far as character-wise to the other 4 games in the series. I guess that's not necessarily true because you have Hilda, and of course the events of the second game do affect the events in this game to some extent, and Roger Bacon, obviously.
It's a little bit of bad luck there. I got second turns on the next 2. The first time I had 18 hit points, and the boss can sometimes do less than that, and sometimes do just enough to kill you. So I kind of took the risk and paid for it. Second time around, he one-shot me because he did a crit. I can't do anything about that. Then third time around, I still got the second turn, and then it took a while because if you get the second turn, it takes a while.
Yeah. That boss always comes with what, 100% stock, right?
Yes, that is right.
Some of the bosses, and that's the other thing that was another big thing in the routing of this game. The bosses come with a certain amount of stock automatically. Like, some of them come with none, some of them come with 2, some of them come with 1. which is not necessarily is just something you have to work around in some cases. So.
Welcome to Chicago.
In Chicago, there are a couple of things about Chicago that you have to know. One does not simply just walk around Chicago asking about Al Capone or whatever they're doing. I can't remember. I forget that this game does have like text and dialogue and stuff sometimes. So, that's right. The Four Deuces, pretty good hand. You win against a lot of stuff with that hand, so pretty good place probably to hang out. Listen to some good mariachi music. We'll do later.
Oh, I already bought. Yeah, whatever. Ignore ignore everything. Ignore it all. Ignore it. I'm tired. Bought the same weapon twice. It's pretty good.
It's been a long day. Been a long day.
Alright. So, I'm going to save it here because this next fight can be pretty dangerous at times.
If you thought the fights in Shadowheart's Covenant were trolly, this game, it has nothing on this game. And I don't mean boss fights in general, or just boss fights. The random battles in this game are ridiculous. Enemies have way too much HP, and you have subpar spells and attacks. I think really until you get to Vegas, I think, where you start kind of leveling out, where you become kind of powerful again. But I don't know if that's a commonly shared opinion or if that's just the way that I look at it and perceive it. And this is kind of a BS fight in my opinion, but whatever.
So removing their stock specifically so that they can't really go crazy with combos on me.
Yeah, if they can combo, they can potentially kill 2 characters possibly. It's not super likely, but it is possible. For those you don't know, Trank89 is also running this game. So he knows the pain.
And they missed. Good on him. So, I'm taking this time to give Shania some vitality because she needs it for an upcoming boss fight a little bit. Well, not really upcoming, but it's later on. But I need to do it eventually, so might as well do it now while I have time.
Just like in Shadow Hearts Covenant, you want to use Vite Seals in battle. The reason I didn't use any seals in Shadow Hearts 1 is because when you use them in combat, you can only use them on the character whose turn it is. Which means I would have to waste a turn with Yuri in combat to do that, and it's not really worth. I obviously don't need it. It's not going to make anything much faster, because I don't have access to certain buffs like energy charge. So,
best character in this game is Hilda in terms of speedrunning.
And even in a casual playthrough, she's the best.
She's pretty good.
She has a ton of utility. She can literally. She's the character in this game who can, if you like the magic spells, you can make her the best caster. If you like physical attacks and just want to do judgment rings all day, like her judgment ring over and over, she's the best physical attacker. It just depends on what you want to do. And she's the best. She just lets you do whatever you want, however you want to play the game.
She can be anything you want, baby.
That's right. You can.
She can be thin. She can be a bat. She can be fat.
Yeah,
she can even put a mask on and do role plays.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Yeah.
You don't even have to pay extra for that. You just it's pretty fair price. I mean, you just have her fight a few battles.
And she has her own television show, Magical Girl Hilda.
Yeah. It's on Friday nights. Check it out. It's good stuff.
On Funimation.
Well played. Well played. No, she's by far the best character in the game. If I wish there was some way we could find a way to like glitch her to where she's stuck in mask form, but I don't know if that's even possible. But we do manipulate it, or well, I say we, but LCC is going to manipulate her being in mask form for certain battles. And mask form, the way Hilda works is her bat form does the most physical damage. It's a glass cannon. It does a lot of physical damage, but also has no HP. Her fat form does a ton of physical damage. It has a ton of HP and vitality, but it's a little bit slower. Well, it's a lot slower. And then her slim form does a ton of magical damage, has moderate HP, and mediocre defenses. And then her mask form is like just supercharged, whether slim or fat.
Yeah, mask is basically you're crazy, mad with power.
And you drank some.
It only lasts for 3 battles, so you gotta use it at the good time, not the bad time.
Yes, that was a drunk talking cat.
Yeah, it knows drunken kung fu, drunken boxing, if you've ever heard of it. I believe there's some movies about that. Jackie Chan or something. I don't know.
Mao is also the person who taught Frank how to be a Brazilian ninja. So, yeah. Anyway. Mao is a good character. Oddly enough, Mao's like a really good caster. However, unfortunately, I don't know wholly. I know that some of them, I don't know what happened to the individual crew that worked on this game. I know that Aru's core got like assimilated into something else and is like very small time now and so on and so forth. So what Mao wants us to do is go break Al Capone out of prison. And if you look really close at Al Capone's face, he may look like someone else you've seen earlier. He was wearing a headdress. It's the same character model as the Chief, alright? That's what I'm trying to tell everybody, okay? I don't know why they use the same character model.
Half the character models in this game are just from Shadow Hearts 2. So I'm not surprised.
This game is definitely worth a playthrough. It's got, like I said, it's got fun combat.
It's got giant talking cats and ninjas and shit.
Yeah,
man.
and gun fu and
Gun fu. Yeah.
I mean, what else does it need? XC did the North American localization for this game. Al Capone is also McManus. It's Caponeception, if you will.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go break Al Capone out of prison,
By
which goes
killing
against,
everyone.
by completely destroying the security of this prison and breaking them out. See, people thought Alcatraz is hard to break out of, but it's actually really not hard to break out of. You just have to kill all of the guards. And
Yeah,
you're good
just
to go.
do a military operation.
It's not that difficult. These are mandatory battles. These guys are relatively weak.
Yeah, they don't have much hit points, but you need to hit a strike with Johnny with magic to kill them in one shot. Natan can do it without it because he has a better weapon.
Yeah. One thing about the Shadow Hearts games is that all the characters get improved magic and physical attack from their weapons. And I know in some games they just get extra physical attack or extra magic attack based on what class they are. But
I'm not against using violence.
the cactus sword. Frank gets some really funny weapons compared to Joachim. I mean, obviously, you get some legendary, hilarious weapons for Joachim, like the giant tuna, the dark tower, But Frank does get the sword Excalibur.
The legendary sword Excalibur, yes.
It's very impressive when he gets it. What else does he get? I don't remember. What is his ultimate weapon?
It is a Kokeshi saber?
Yeah, but it's like something's wrong with it. Oh no, it's a shish kebab saber.
Shish
right?
kebab, yeah, Kokeshi.
See, I don't know.
Learn Japanese.
I don't like to. Thank you.
Have a kebab.
The bus sign, pretty funny. The cactus saber's funny as well, obviously. And Frank's just goofy and fun. And you just gotta take it, like I said, you gotta take this game at face value. Don't think too much about what's going on. It's not trying to be anything more than it is. Seal of Force. Force is your magic defense, and the Vitality is your physical defense. And he's gonna use that on Shania in combat just to give her some extra, because she has to fight another battle by herself. The second fight by herself with Lysirene is much harder, I think. Well, I guess it's not much harder, but it's worse than Tatanka.
It's easier. It's way easier.
Especially if you get the poison. So.
That way. Do it that way. Yeah, there's firework saber. There's all kinds of stuff.
Step aside, you're in the way.
Hey.
He did not. We had some bad luck on Tatanka. This is a mandatory battle. This game, like the second game, has a ton of mandatory battles. I used to think that the second game really didn't have that many, and then I played this and I realized that they both have like just a lot of battles that you have to fight. Whereas in the first game, there's not that many battles you actually have to fight, other than boss. Yeah, Tatanka was just really terrible luck, unfortunately. So. Otherwise, I think if it hadn't rolled high on damage in the first fight, he would have been able to defeat it. It can happen, unfortunately.
Oh well.
Yeah. We just move on.
We're in Alcatraz now. You're
It's
supposed to go through this whole place talking to all the prisoners to get hints on how to solve the puzzle at the end, but since we already know the answer, we don't have to do any of that. This is really, really, really bad area in terms of being a cop-out dungeon, where they just force you to walk around a bunch and do stuff that you don't want to do.
Yeah.
But it's much better here, because you just skip all that. It's great.
You're supposed to grind a little bit here as well and get a few levels. The experience here is better than it, obviously, because you're fighting higher level monsters, but it scales a little bit better. Theoretically, they want you to grind, but there's no reason to obviously do that in this speedrun. Because we have crazy strats.
Crazy. So the general idea about the boss fight is it will always attack someone who has stock, and every attack it does will always remove your stock. But we just got an item called spikes, and what it does is it makes it so that your stock cannot be removed. So what this in essence makes happen is you'll always have them targeting the same person, and they'll never remove their stock. And the reason why you want that to happen is because if nobody has stock, then the boss can use a move that actually does seal on everyone. It makes it so they can't use abilities, which we don't want to have happen. It also makes it much easier to predict who they're going to attack, so you know who to heal. And the character they will be attacking also has the highest defense in the party right now.
Yeah, so it's unlikely that she's going to get gibbed. The spikes are much more useful in this game than they are in Shadow Hearts 1 or 2. I don't think they're in 2, if I remember right.
They're in 2.
Are they? What do they even do in 2?
The only thing they're supposed to do is allow you to stand your ground when you're comboing, so you don't get knocked around and knocked out of the combo.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I remember.
But, you know...
My bad. I don't
it's
even remember.
not very
Yeah, it's
useful.
not, yeah. That's right. You don't move when you're defending or something, right?
So when you have spikes on it, just automatically makes it so you can't be moved. It's your spike shoes that, you know...
Al Capone is very frustrated by the door.
It's a rough door.
Johnny is constantly confounded by doors in this run. They are the bane of his existence.
Game.
There's a complicated way to figure this out, but again, like LCC said, we just know the answer, so we just skip it. We're done with it. The final boss is actually a door. It's very hard to open, but Johnny eventually figures out to jiggle the handle and turn on the power to it first. So we get a safe to save, and then we're gonna. Are you safe to save? Excuse me. And now we're gonna fight Ronway. Ronway's fire element. We're gonna do what we do, and we're going to throw down spells and beat them down.
Let's see. Luckily, my Tatanka had enough meter. We'll see how this works out. Yeah. I was trying to use up all my meter there, but it didn't quite work out the way I wanted.
Take that.
Yeah, this boss fight's been going pretty poorly, just based on turn order and how it's all working out, really.
Yeah, normally you don't want to use Red Nova with Mal. You want to be using Hail Dust.
Take that.
So pretty much I had to use Red Nova because it reduces stock on the boss. If the boss has stock, it can do paralyze to your guys, and it's really, 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 really bad. You don't want that to have happen. But ideally, you would have like Frank or Johnny do stock reduction to the boss, because like Frank does physical attacks normally anyways, and he doesn't need meter, and he usually has a little bit left over. And then Mao can do ice magic because it's weak to ice.
Yep, and
Didn't
that's
really
why.
work out that way though.
Yeah, that's why he surged Mal. Was that Mal would have more magical damage, but
Yeah, I never really got the chance to do that, but I would have. Typically, you would surge Mal on a turn where Mal would get meter to prevent the boss from being able to target Mal, and then on the following turn, try and work your turn order so that you can actually combo out of Mal or do something like that. It's kind of wacky with how you have to work it, but it's something like that. It's all situational stuff. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it really doesn't. But hey, now we'll go to an even harder boss. So that's good. That boss is pretty easy, to be honest. Like, there's no real danger of dying, it's just whether or not you can kill it quickly. And these are all cats. Check them out.
yeah, again, just don't bother trying to figure out.
So now we're at Roswell, where aliens are attacking. Once again, there's a weapon for Frank just sitting there that I do not pick up because it takes too much time.
Yeah, unfortunately, like we talked about earlier, it's just not feasible to really use Frank's weapon, pick up Frank's weapons. It takes time, and on top of that, Frank's about to get replaced anyway, so you're not going to really worry too much about that.
Yep, Frank's at the window now. Goodbye, Frank.
It was nice of you to join us, and thank you for playing.
One of the reasons is this boss coming up cannot be hit by physical attacks.
Yeah.
And Mao has better magic. And is more agility. Not by much, but it's all in the mix. Well, if I did have splits, I'd probably be about 4 or 5 minutes behind. Because I died twice in Tatanka. Actually, probably a little bit more than that, like 6 or so. 6 minutes, probably.
Interestingly enough, you guys want to hear something really crazy about this time so far? I was 17 minutes behind my PB for Shadow Hearts. Actually, like 16, right about 17 minutes. Bowie was also almost exactly 17 minutes behind his PB.
Well, I'll probably be the same.
That's weird.
Shoot for the 440.
That'd be crazy. So, as we get to in all 3 games, we get to name Roger Bacon, sort of. And the game forces you to use Hilda. Darn.
Drat.
Yeah. So we were discussing, or we've talked about this before, is that I intended to find someone who would make a Fat Hilda plushie, because I think that would be hilarious.
We can give it out as prizes for trivia.
Sure.
So this dungeon is extremely short. Sometimes you can get through this dungeon without a single encounter, but usually you get one.
I don't know why people have problems with Fat Hilda. I think Fat Hilda's fine. Also, she kills the final boss as Fat Hilda, so...
Or bat, sometimes.
Yeah, or bad sometimes. Which is, I recall you said it was scary as hell.
Well, it is, because you're a bat.
Because you're a bat, you have like 8 hit points. If the boss sneezes in your general direction, you just explode. To clean you up with a sponge. That was Brittany. She's a female ninja. And Frank's romantic interest. She's the one who gives you Frank's abilities, if I recall.
Yeah. That would be great.
They reuse all the scientist sprites in this, just over, and the character models over and over and over and over. There's like 800 of the same scientists in this place.
This game is not odd. This game is awesome.
I love how every time you run this game, people are like in a marathon or a wide, broad spectrum audience kind of thing. It's like, this game looks weird. It's like,
No, it's not. Look at it. It's not weird at all. Look at it.
It's not that strange. Like I said, there's some really good music in this game.
Press the wrong thing. Great job.
And there are some dungeons in this game that aren't awful, but for the most part, places like Vilcabamba and Machu Picchu are pretty terrible, I think. Just not enjoyable dungeons. Vilcabamba. I always say Villa Kabamba, like it's like a house in Kabamba, whatever that is.
Kabamba.
Like, expect a little gray man. See, I would have thought when I first did that puzzle, I was like, it's little green men, right? Like, obviously, but it's little gray men.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do some shopping, and I think this is the first, for instance, you're gonna upgrade a crest slot.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna decrease the mana cost of the node that has Entrance on it by 50%.
25.
25. My bad. I'm trying. I'm doing the best I can. Which is gonna lower its. Obviously, it's gonna lower its mana cost by 25%. So, which is super helpful because Entrance does not cost a base mana. It costs mana based upon your character's HP. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna actually lower that cost. So whatever cost it would be, it lowers it by that percentage. It means you can cast more entrances in a battle, which is kind of important right now. Later when he gets very, very close to one-shotting enemies, things like that, it's not as big a deal, but it is still it's super, super helpful early at this stage in this stage of the game, and through it's not negative at any point. So let's go with that.
All right.
So this is, next is Procyon, and Procyon can do pretty much exactly what Tatanka did and decide that the game is over before the battle begins. We can do an ability called Big Bang, which will paralyze a character, and if it paralyzes Hilda, you're pretty hosed, I think, right? Because,
pretty much.
Yeah. You can recover because you have a Daphne fruit and other things, I think, but if I remember the notes right, but it's still pretty craptastic.
Come on. Yeah.
So I definitely want to remove his stock because that prevents him from doing the paralyzed move. That really sucks. I want to prevent that.
Yeah, because I believe he only does it when he double attacks. I don't think he does it whenever I don't think he can just do Big Bang.
That's right.
So he's going to continue to control the stock. He's going to buff Hilda, and he's going to use Thorn Whip, which hits enemies who are flying. And it does just a massive amount of damage. You'll see the power of Hilda. The really cool thing about this game is that they decided to allow you to use buffs in a combo, and it no longer combo breaks. So, super useful. And the reason that combo broke right there is because he doubled instead of comboing. But it's ultimately worth it. Nice. Hilda's so sassy. She's so sassy. Later, Trink. Thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Pretty girls have fun.
adding this extra damage in case Hilda... I missed the ring with Hilda. Because this next one should definitely kill.
Well, the perfect not only does more Ace Dude, it also was entranced, which means she did 180% additional damage with it. So.
Pretty good. Have fun. I'll tie you up nice and
Alright.
But perfect does do significantly more damage.
Boss is down.
Stay tuned for the next.
Yeah, so his magic damage is ridiculous at that point, and he'll close out the boss there.
Yeah, so basically I surged her to give her 43% more magic damage, and then that's a buff that lasts for like 5 turns or so.
Mm-hmm.
And then you add an entrance, which is a single turn buff, which is an extra 180% damage. And then you add a 25% bonus because it's the element the boss is weak to, so it does about 500 damage. And then you also get an extra 44% by hitting the strike zone.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do all of that, you can kill the boss in 2 turns.
But as you saw, the perfect strike area on Thorn Whip is pretty tight. It's quite small. And he'll be doing that invisible later, which is quite impressive. Fat Hilda. She's so short. So tiny.
She only looks short.
Because Lenny's 6'24" or something ridiculous.
Yeah, man, my butler is really tall. Good old Dudley.
Good old Dudley. So the way Hilda works is she has a calorie meter, which you can use against enemies. Use an ability called, what is it? Is it Drain Touch? Or is it Calorie? It's Calorie Drain.
Calorie Drain. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one.
Duh. And you use that to drain calories away from enemies. And enemies have different calorie values, like they give you plus or minus, and it changes their form. The different forms have different benefits. The Fat Hilda has higher defense and higher HP and slightly higher physical attack, and but it's slower. The Slim Hilda has higher magic attacks, slightly lower HP and defenses, and is slightly faster. The pink bat is
Wait a minute.
is a glass cannon, has low HP, high physical damage. And then Masked Hilda of either Fat or Slim is just super strong stats in all of the categories that the particular version of Hilda is. So.
No way.
Well, Johnny's parents own a mansion out in the Hamptons, and they were really rich, but they killed themselves trying to do necromancy.
Yeah.
So he just inherited all that. And then got an apartment in Manhattan where he does detective work, finding kitty cats for people.
Don't have to look for challenges in something like.
Okay. Next question.
The Hilda mechanic is kind of interesting. Ultimately, it just depends on how you want to use her.
Yeah, the way you actually end up changing forms in the run, you actually get items that add 25 or subtract 25 from the calorie meter. And that's how you transform her into Masked Hilda.
Well, let's
Yeah,
finish this
and the
up.
pink bat when you need the pink bat, because the pink bat is at 0 calories. So instead of having to do a bunch of math to try to get there,
Yeah.
after 3 battles of her being in her mass form that she participates in, she will transform back into the pink bat. So we utilize that against the boss.
Right?
Yeah, basically how we'll end up going later on in the game is I will transform her into Slim Mask so that she can kill bosses really quickly with magic. After I've killed the bosses I need to with her, she'll then turn into a pink bat, which means she'll do crazy physical damage and have really high agility to get lots of turns versus the next couple of bosses.
If you get hungry,
And there's some trees that can only be hit by physical as well, so her magic wouldn't really be useful there too. So that's why she's bad form for that. And then you change her into the fat masked form because it's a lot safer and she gets a little bit more damage. Because she has like 600 hit points or something at the end of the game versus like 200 for the bat. So.
Yeah, it's crazy how much more she has. And her physical damage isn't that much lower than the bat.
But for the time being, she'll always be slim, and they won't really get used until the end of the game, as far as changing her around a lot.
Yeah, she literally gains weight or loses weight. She has an ability or an item called Fruity Fiber, which gives negative calories to make her thin, and an item called Angel Souffle, which makes her fat. Gotta watch them calories, dog.
So now we're pirating. Exploring sunken ships with ghosts. Solving great mysteries.
Yeah, the mystery machine's parked outside. So there was the interrogation scene in this game where you're threatened to be stabbed by a small child. It's very depressing. Again, he just selects the first option on each one, right?
Yep.
So you can get the third key.
Select all the top answers, get a third key. Boom, you're done. And third key allows you to attack 3 times in a row, which we'll not use until the end of the game. As with a lot of things in this game.
Yeah, a lot of items you build up to use at the end of the game because there's some... the last few bosses are incredibly difficult. There's a boss rush similar to the way Shadow Hearts 1 had. You fight Malice Killer, followed by Malice Gilbert, followed by...
Trees.
I would say trees are bosses, and then you fight Lady and the Malice Umbral. Is it Umbral or Umbral?
Umbral, yeah. Umbral, something like that.
Which means douchebag in Latin. And you fight those guys all like in sequence. So you utilize the items that you pick up in the run to make those fights completable, because they're actually quite difficult fights. That's the same symbol that they used in Digimon World, by the way, if your Digimon was hungry. Hopefully those guys don't turn into something crappy like... I don't know. I have nothing to go with that. I was hoping that... Anyway.
All I know is the Rescue Rangers theme. I'm sorry I can't help you.
I don't have any idea how that is relevant, but fair. I'm glad that we're on that. And there's a boat conveniently placed here that we have to traverse. And
Yeah, we can't swim. I didn't mean to click on that.
most people can't. I realize that most people in RPGs and or action games can't swim. Just have no way to do it.
I meant to click on the other thing over here.
So we're going to traverse this, again, kind of just like a in-your-face dungeon that you just kind of have to do to kill time. The enemies in here can do petrify, is that right? They can petrify?
Yep.
But it's not really something you really worry about. It can happen, but just like with anything else, you kind of just take it on face, just take it that you know it can happen and that you're prepared to deal with it if it does happen.
I do end up giving Hilda a mirror bracelet because I really don't want her to get petrified. Everyone else I don't care about, though. And the main reason is because I want her to have experience as well as be alive so that she can actually kill them.
Yeah, unlike Shadow Hearts 1, we're really only concerned about like just getting a lot of levels and only getting to level 35 before we fight Soul Block. In Shadow Hearts Covenant, we didn't really talk about it much, but you do want people to be in their low, like mid 40s, like between 43 and 45 before you fight Susanna Low, so your speed values and HP values are correct. So that way you can make sure not to have some bad things happen that can happen there. In this game, your levels need to be just as high as possible, really, for specific characters. Hilda needs to be pretty much as high as possible. I guess really she would be the only one that is like required to just be like as high as you can possibly get her within reason.
Well, I want everyone to be high level.
Yeah. You don't want anybody to be just kind of...
If you lose experience during a boss on anyone, it's bad. But as long as it's only just 1 or 2 people, you can usually get by.
Yeah.
But if there's only 1 person left after a boss, it's usually bad news.
And if you have like people that are low level, going into fights like against Malice Killer, you can have some just really bad turn orders that just screw you over.
You just don't have enough agility, and you don't have enough hit points to deal with anything.
Which was my problem when I was running this game, is that Johnny died in Vilcabamba, and he died in another fight, and then my values just ended up being just complete crap. And there was just no way I could really clear Killer with any kind of consistency. So you can res, but the problem is that in some of the fights it's really tight in and of itself to clear the battle. So sometimes you kind of just have to deal with the fact that somebody's dead and kill the boss, because if you don't, the boss is going to kill you. Especially when everybody's deadly poisoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the boss has stock, and you only have 1 character left, you have no choice but to kill the boss. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because he's going to kill that character. There's just nothing you can do, and you're going to get a game over. Good ending, she is not consumed by Malice. Bad ending, she is consumed by Malice.
And the good ending is not really that great.
Yeah, the good ending is... I mean, it's essentially the same thing as the bad ending.
Yeah, pretty much. She, like, shows up a little bit at the end. It's like, hi, hello.
Hey, what's
the
up?
end. Alright, let's go. So that's an example of a perfect fight. They all line up and Hilda gets her first turn, they all die. That's it.
Pretty flowers have
Also remember that pretty flowers have thorns, everyone, and to avoid them at all costs. Yeah, perfect. Very nice. Very nice. Nicely done. Excuse me. So yeah, that's that. They're all dead.
Usually they're spread apart and it takes like an extra minute to kill them. At least. So it's fun.
Or they get turns, which is annoying.
That too. And as usual, save the game.
Yeah, this game, a lot of these saves, people would say that they're like safety saves, but they're actually please don't kill me boss saves. They're a mandatory sacrifice to RNGesus for him to be satisfied that you understand the danger that is in front of you, and that he is going to allow you to continue. Some of the problems with practicing these games is that you can only have a certain number of files saved for 2 and 3. For Shadow Hearts Covenant, you can only have 16 save slots, and it kind of sucks because if you're trying to create saves for like each boss, there's way too many bosses to do that. So you can't really just practice individual bosses. It's kind of similar in this game. I think you can only have a certain number of save slots. So.
We want this boss to get poisoned, but it's like 20% chance usually. so it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, poisoning, it does a third damage, right? Regular poison, and then
It's like 10%.
is it 10% of their HP?
And then it's 1/3 of its deadly.
Okay, that's what it is.
Thankfully, this boss doesn't have much hit points, so poison isn't really mandatory.
No.
But it's just a helpful bonus if you can get it.
Against MODOK, it's incredibly important that you get the poison, but you have no control over it. It just happens or it doesn't.
I thought I had him again. I don't know why I keep miscounting damage on this guy. Second run in a row I've done that. I think it's because I usually get at least one poison tick. Or I might have been able to kill him if I got all strikes. Potentially. But I haven't been doing so well in this game lately, so it's par for the course.
There's the poison.
All right. I could be playing these a bit safer, but it really does look like I could kill based on what was there. So I usually like to go for it. It usually gets me killed.
Sometimes you just gotta go for it, right?
Oh yeah. Because you can always heal yourself and do double defends and stuff. Which will always net result in you being alive. But hey, it's all good. We're going to Vegas now. We're going to Evo. We're going to win Evo. Take back Evo from the Smash Kids. Let's go. at the glorious Bellagio.
So as you can see, they couldn't secure the rights to actually use the name of a casino, so they just named it Casino.
They didn't have very many connections.
They did not. They were not.
But they definitely went on vacation one year to America, went to Vegas and stayed here.
Yeah.
One of the devs, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure they just went on vacation a couple times. Went to like Machu Picchu, South America, towards some ancient ruins. Went to Vegas. Went to the Grand Canyon, saw that. It's like, oh, let's make a game out of this. Sounds good.
Yeah. Let's make a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Indian versus Native American. Oh man, this game. Isn't Vegas just like one big casino? Like that's all that's there. It's just like that one casino.
So I've been told.
I don't know. I've never been there, so.
Let's put these first.
I'll be right back.
We're good. So now we're gonna go through this whole hotel and kill a bunch of gangsters. And get that turn order.
I can do it. I'll take you out.
Sweet.
Okay, I returned.
Welcome back.
So again, we got some cheap fights that we're going to fight through. And they're just you gotta take a picture of a couple of the different guys here to get the demon earrings, right?
Yep, that's right. So I'll take them when the opportunity presents itself. I'll only need one of each, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, he's not gonna force it. This fight seems to be going okay. That was a pretty good fight, it looked like.
Yeah. So I upgraded Johnny's magic twice, so he can one-shot everything.
Yeah.
At the cost of a lot of money, but hey. You can one-shot everything now. And it's only that one specific spell too. It's not just his magic in general. It's the light elemental spell that is upgraded in particular, which will end up being useful at the very end of the game as well. But it's mostly just useful in this hotel.
Yeah, it allows him to just be really effective in these battles. So.
I'll give you a spanking. Hip hop, take this!
Because I didn't hit the perfect with Hilda and the other one, they didn't die, so... Always want to be hitting them perfects, man.
Punishment complete!
Yeah, again, just it goes back to the whole, if you miss, you know, if you don't get perfects in this game, it punishes you much harder than the other two games.
But hey, we get a new character. Yay!
Yeah, and Ricardo's quite good. He has good MP, or he's good speed, he's good MP, good HP. He comes with some pretty good magic. He's the exact opposite of getting Anastasia. So, he's a useful character, so...
That was a complete.
Nothing really else to say about these. He's just going to move his way through the dungeon by getting different keys to different doors. He's going to fight a few more random mandatory battles, and we're going to fight, I guess, is it Malice Hilda, or is it just, or Edna?
No, it's
So-
Edna, yeah.
Yeah. And she's going to turn into, you know, I don't know, some weird floating monster thing. And she's also fire elemental. Most of the enemies, or not most, but a lot of the enemies in this game are actually fire element, which is interesting. At least it just seems that way because the biggest, baddest ones are. He does Leona very similar to the way that Hilda or Lucia does in the second game. I mean, he's just a solid character, just useful.
I'll take you out.
Hip-hop, take this!
Don't ever let me see you.
Still need to get those pictures.
Yeah, you still have, I think, three more battles left.
I got like 3 more, yeah.
So you should be fine.
I'm in a violent mood today.
I'll play you a hot ballad. That was a terrible Spanish accent. I apologize to everyone that was Latin descent.
Adios.
Got him!
Pictures now.
Okay, look over here. Smile and say cheese.
Of course, you go for the one that's not defending.
Can't take anymore.
Right now, I think he's on pace for like a 435-ish. I'd say probably about that,
Look over
430.
here. Smile and
Maybe.
say cheese.
Maybe.
I like to make up arbitrary estimates, that way if I'm right, it may look like a genius, and if I'm wrong, and be like, well, he did some stuff better, it made out okay. I can't lose. I look like a damn genius regardless of what's said that happens. I don't know if they'll be putting up VODs for this. I would assume, but I don't know what Poexel or anybody has plans for. It's cool if they let us do this because it is a lot. It's a long day to take up the channel. But I guess if nobody else was using it, I guess it works out, right?
Yeah, I don't think anyone else is using it. Until, like, a few days from now.
Next week, yeah.
Yeah.
The Jelly Bowl.
No, there's no animations for failing rings, ever. Just, you fail, that's it.
Yep.
You move on.
Yeah, if you fail the snap ring, the game actually reaches out and punches you in the face as hard as it can. It's happened. I've seen it. It's not pretty. You can watch videos of it on YouTube.
Bring it on!
That is Johnny's strength. He analyzes situations. He takes pictures and he goes home and he looks at the pictures and he detectivizes.
Then he becomes Yandere, Johnny.
Right.
With his picture wall.
Come on! Yeah!
Yeah, I need 2 pictures here so that I can get demon earrings, because you can trade them in for that later on.
Yeah, in this game they added that in, I guess, so you would use the actual, like, you'd actually use that mechanic To learn enemies' weaknesses and strengths and things like that, and then of course you would become more knowledgeable at the game, just to reward you for kind of just participating in extra battle and fighting certain enemies. In this game, that's how you get the demon earrings and the mind's eye.
That's right. Yep. And then you got to do lottery for the other one, the Magic Mind's Eye, which is an exclusive to this game, where you can do magic invisible.
Yep, which is completely ridiculous and overpowered. It's pretty much the only thing in this game that your party actually gets that's overpowered, though. Everything else is pretty mediocre.
Alright, got the key to the top. Let's aim for the top.
Yep, we're gonna go right to the top. Start at the bottom. Now we're here.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now we're here.
That's the only thing I know of that entire song.
Yeah,
That's
we were referencing it earlier with the Russian joke.
Oh, were you? No.
Oh, yes.
I'd say I
The
didn't.
Russian 1997 was messed up, man.
I'd say I don't. I'm not hip.
I know, it's okay. Just look it up on YouTube.
Crotchety.
Have a listen.
Fair.
Alright, Hilda, what do you got? Not much.
Happy holidays.
Alright, that was the last battle in this place. Now we get to fight the boss. So yeah, dungeon's pretty boring because you just kill a bunch of gangsters. That's it.
Yeah. You pretty much commit murder on a impressive scale. And then
I should keep track of a body count someday of actual people you kill in this game.
like I'm sure it's more than killers actually killed at this point.
Likely, yes.
You're a serious menace to society.
Don't really need to save, but it will.
Damn!
The one thing I didn't want to see.
So Malice Edna is quite strong. You're going to see these strategies a lot. Managing stock. He's going to use multiple abilities to manage stock of both his opponent and himself, and he's going to be using Surge and Entrance on Hilda to do magic damage or the opposite. Oh, she's water actually. I said she was fire, didn't I?
Close enough.
She's fire. Whatever. Yeah, close enough, right? My bad. She's actually water elemental. For some reason, I don't know. There's red in it. Whatever. So he's gonna use those abilities to deal as much damage to her as possible. Okay. Pretty standard fare.
Poor Ricardo. Couldn't happen.
That double attack there. And the crit.
I would have hit the strike with Hilda. Would have went much better. Missed out on a couple hundred damage at the end with her. And for those wondering why I didn't use the Serenata with Ricardo, it's because Hilda got mental broken. So I wanted to maximize how many red bounces I could do. Plus I had lots of stock for everyone, so I can kind of bounce between characters, getting a lot of entrances without needing a good turn order. That's the big thing about this game, is you don't always do the same strat every time, depending on what turn order is and what stock you have. It gets really complicated.
Yeah, the decision making comes down to trying to figure out like what you need to do to prevent the boss from killing you, pretty much.
And a lot of times you actually make the wrong decisions because it's that complicated, and then you decide to do a certain thing and it just doesn't work out the way you wanted it to. You should have did something else.
And most of the time it's because the boss does the exact thing that you were counting on them to not do.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah. you go, well, this would be really good if the boss doesn't do this, and then you kind of realize that it's like you think about it, and you're like, well, what are the chances of them doing that one ability to the one person, you know? And then they end up doing it. Upgrading equipment, and then we're going to go through Chichen Itza, which is a beautiful vacation place with skulls and things. It's great. And is this MODOK?
This is MODOK.
So, MODOK. His name is like Jeb Nicholas or something ridiculous.
Something dumb like that, yeah.
Jeb.
Good old Jeb.
And the problem with him is that the HP values really spike hard for bosses at this stage. Malice Edna, you saw she had a lot of HP. He was doing quite a bit of damage with red bounces that were in trance. But she still wasn't quite what Jeb is. Jeb's pretty strong. You really need to get... How much does the poison tick for? Like 250 or something?
Regular poison, I think, is like 300.
300, yeah. So he's got
I think so.
Yeah, he's got like 3,000.
Somewhere between 200 and 300, I think.
Yeah, he's got like 3,000 HP. So it's
okay, he has 2020, so it must be 200.
Okay. So it spikes pretty hard at this point. The game, they really expected you to just kind of just grind and be like level 20 here or something ridiculous. So this fight's pretty tough if you don't get the poison. And when I say pretty tough, I mean it ends up being like just really long. So other than that, we're gonna walk through here and do this puzzle that Johnny has to be explained to by Nathan exactly how it works. When it's quite possibly the most obvious thing I've ever seen in my life.
I need to take 3 pictures of these tiny little dudes. So we're going to take them whenever we can and then run away. So we don't want to fight anything because it takes forever to fight anything.
The large dinosaur-looking monsters have an insane amount of HP. And when I say insane, I mean it's like 800 or something. For a regular monster, it's so much. Throw you a kiss of hot lead.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
He's
better.
got a gun in his guitar, man.
Oh, well. Thanks for taking away the mystery.
So, little detour over here to pick up the magic we're going to use on the boss and on Baby Rage later on, as well as the Seal of Speed.
All good things to pick up.
Speed?
All very useful. Especially because the magic that he just picked up, the dark magic that he picked up, reduces stock. So, pretty useful spell. Evil Gaze or something, I can't remember what the name
Evil
is.
Shade.
Yeah, I knew it was Evil something. His seal usage is mapped out. He knows what seals to use on people. Pretty much Hilda gets everything but speed, and the first 2, the force and the vitality that you had earlier in the game, right?
Yeah, they go to Shania.
He needs Hilda to have the highest strength and the highest wisdom throughout the game, which affects her magical damage. So, good stuff. This dungeon's pretty clear cut. I mean, he runs around, he steps on stuff, he gets skulls, he puts skulls in holes, doors open, and move on towards the boss.
Then everyone's happy.
Exactly. And the 3 pictures he takes in here is where he gets the mind's eye from, where we trade them in, which is slightly frustrating for me. Since
So easy.
It's so easy, even a caveman can do it, right?
Yeah.
So it is a really good thing that we had Nathan, because we would have never figured this puzzle out without him.
Natan's actually the smartest guy in the party.
Yeah. Red bounce.
I still need 2 more pictures. I just haven't really had a good spot. But I think I need to get it on the next encounter.
Yeah,
I'm running out of real estate.
you really want Johnny to go first. Take the snapshot, run away. Johnny to go first, take the snapshot, run away. Unfortunately, as with life, sometimes those things don't work out. And we're, like LCC was just saying, he's coming to the end of the dungeon, so he needs to... the next room that he goes into is going to trigger some mandatory battles he has to fight before he fights the boss, correct? Or is that a different?
No, nothing mandatory, but I need 2 pictures, so I'm going to get them. I can run away.
That's Machu Picchu, where the mandatory battles are. Before you fight Kerfu or whatever.
It's kind of dirty, but it works, I guess.
Are you comboing into it?
No.
Okay, look over
Nobody
here.
really has stock, so...
Smile and say cheese.
Of course, the next one he leapfrogs and gets another turn right away. When I don't need it anymore. But that's alright, we got our pictures now. All water under the fridge.
Exactly.
Exactly. I did that over whenever I was get the box. Get the box.
Bring it on!
So yeah, this boss, I really want poison to hit.
Yeah,
I really, really would like it to hit. That'd be really nice.
if you don't get it to hit, it's just painfully slow to fight. That's pretty much all there is to this fight. He can do a couple of abilities. Like any boss, he can deal some damage, but...
Oh yeah, I gotta get some extra stuff added on here. Forgot to do.
Well, the enemies in this game don't look so weird. The bosses look crazy. For the most part.
Yeah. There we go. It's okay, even if I don't get poisoned, I am prepared.
Yeah.
But poison's pretty nice. Look at that face, it's beautiful.
It is a face only a mother could love. Later, Aether. Thanks for hanging out, man. That's why you picked up the Arceo earlier, so that way you can have that backup. Because he can do, like, he did silver, so. No, unfortunately.
God. Seeing everyone. It's like, really, dude?
It's tough.
Can't take anymore.
Come out. Out to fight him.
Yeah, you got the poison.
So it's been a bad luck because he did AoE that hit everyone, which doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
So
You did get
it kind of killed a couple people.
the poison. Getting the poison when you did wasn't terrible. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
So.
it helped for sure. It let me get the kill when I really did want it, so extra 400 damage or so.
Yeah, very, very helpful to get the poison there. And if you somehow magically get deadly poison, well, you're the best ever. Congratulations.
Yeah, you defend and win.
You literally just go AF, you just mash. You just go to defend and just mash. And the fight's over.
Alright, so this is when the game starts getting harder.
Yeah. The game goes from being pretty difficult to being even harder. So he's going to do some trivia, get an item. He's going to get the Mind's Eye, the Magic Mind's Eye here. The game ramps up pretty hard. It not only does it increase the difficulty, but it increases the power level of your party by giving you access to better accessories and better equipment. But the other problem is that now pretty much every boss from here can just decide that the game is over and we're not going to deal with it anymore. Deadly Poison does 1/3 of their HP. Is that correct? He's focusing on trivia, which he should be.
Yeah, 1/3.
1/3. Yeah.
Trivia's hard, man.
Answering it quickly is what's difficult. Because you kind of have to... I have to read the question. The answers are in different, or shuffled every time, so you can't just, know what the answers are. So,
I know what the answers are.
well, like the button.
Well, yeah. Button.
That's all. Yeah.
But I just look at the answers, so I didn't read the question.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Is you have to just read what the answers are real quick, and make sure you press the right button.
I think I actually pressed this late. No, I didn't. Easy every time. Easy game.
So the Magic Mind's Eye right here is Fickle Ring. It'll depend on what it starts with. It'll eventually go slow. You just get it when it goes slow.
And lately it's been going slow quite often.
Yeah. Pretty easy.
Alright. I need to actually scroll my notes here. First things first, I need to buy some items. So I'm running low on those. Also, the trivia. So, what we picked up in town, we get a warning device from trivia, which prevents any surround attacks from ever happening on you. Which means you will probably not die to random encounters anymore. Probably. Not saying it won't happen, but probably won't.
Yeah, now it all depends on your escape look instead of on random encounters.
And then we picked up the Mind's Eye, which we've seen in other games. It does double physical damage at the expense of making your hit areas on your ring invisible. And then the Magic Mind's Eye, which does the same exact thing, except it only works for magic. Which is going to make Hilda ridiculously powerful now.
Yeah, her damage output just skyrockets. It's already very high, but it gets even higher. Additionally, he picked up an Angel Souffle there. He'll pick up another one. I think one more or a couple more. And same thing with the Fruity Fibers, just to manipulate Hilda
yeah.
In the correct form.
Yep, we'll be picking up a few of those for sure.
Hey,
So I say this is when the game starts getting hard just because you have to do blind rings, but the next dungeon isn't too bad. That being said, I have died there a couple times in the past, but it's not supposed to be the dungeon you die on. Quote unquote supposed to. But the one after this one is when it gets actually hard.
Yeah, after this dungeon, after you clear this dungeon, you go to Vilcabamba is when it starts getting really hairy. Especially because you start the string of killer battles.
So I picked that up either to sell. It's an accessory called the Inara's Bear. Either I'm going to pick that up to sell or use it for the killer fight, which prevents instant death. Kind of depends what my money situation is later.
Yeah, it's a super good item. You've just seen it in the other two games as well. It's very, very useful. Anytime an enemy does instant death, it seems like it has an incredibly high chance of proccing against you. So, Killer, I would say when he does his instant death attack, it's 100% if you don't have a Leonardo's Bear.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's gonna kill you.
I don't know if I've seen it miss ever. Well, yeah, I always dig through the trash for souffles.
It's the best kind of souffle.
Trash souffle.
Kind of souffle.
So this dungeon kind of sucks if you're playing casually.
Yeah, it's very easy to get lost in here. Pretty much the way it works is that you light up the eye, these different panels, and it lights up the eyes on that statue that you saw back there, and it opens one side of each of the doors, and you open both sides of the door to open the door, obviously.
Yeah, but you have to like walk around and figure out where all the colors are and figure out what order you have to hit them in and stuff.
Yeah. Like LCC said, casually it's a nightmare because it is a big dungeon.
Yeah, on paper it actually doesn't look that bad. If you just look at a map of the colors and stuff, like okay, you can just wander around a little bit, figure it out. But encounter rate's fairly high, and it gets kind of annoying because you tend to forget what you're doing because of all the encounters.
It's very easy to get turned around in here.
Yeah, it's not even that big of a dungeon. It's just really annoying.
Yeah, there are a lot of like corridors where the camera angle changes, and like you have to go outside and come back down and remember where doors are and things like that. So that's really the problem with this dungeon. And like you said, on paper it looks fairly straightforward and easy, but like these rooms, there's two times you come into this big room that he's passing through, or that he just passed through, and that room is the one that just gave me fits as a kid because it's just so big that I would forget which corridor I was trying to go down. So, just because the girth of the room. That's right, I used the word girth because that was girth. Girth. Doesn't that just sound like a bad word? No, it's just me. All right, cool. I'm glad that we got that figured out.
Just seems like a good descriptive word
Sure.
of something. Even though it's not descriptive, it's something. Johnny's not afraid. Let's run.
Huh. That was how he was just proving his point. He just made a statement and he moved on. Dropped the mic and left.
Alright. Might as well save it, really. I mean, you see a safe spot. It's there for a reason, right?
One would think.
Come on. Yeah. Here we go. Here you go.
And he's gonna try and take advantage of the actual like good turn orders to utilize things like seals. If he has an advantage, which what I mean by that is he's gonna have like if he has a turn where he gets two characters to go in, like three characters in a row, he's gonna take the chance of getting away on that third character turn, like he did with Hilda there.
You should probably only take one character to use a seal, but I like gambling.
Yeah, playing with fire is always fun until you
It's
get
always fun, yeah. Until you burn, of course. Yeah.
Here we go.
Seal of life, baby. It might not seem like much, but there is a specific damage roll at the killer fight when you have Bat Hilda where you have that extra 6 hit points, you will survive.
Yeah, with like 3 or 4, I think, or something.
Yeah.
It's really crazy how tight that is.
And who knows, it could help somewhere else randomly.
Yeah, it's extra HP. Extra 6 HP is not bad. I mean, there's no negative to having it. A small jug is just really good. I didn't use it as much in Shadow Hearts 1 because, we have this accessory in the first game called the Flash Badge.
Yeah, you get flash badge, mind's eye, belts,
Yeah, it's pretty
status things. They're pretty good.
good. Yeah, I mean, good items,
I hear they're okay. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. On paper, they seem pretty strong. So here in a second, Shania is gonna be like, "I'm Shania, and I'm blah blah blah," and runs off. And then we're gonna fight some mandatory battles, and we'll fight another boss who's gonna get completely destroyed by Hilda.
Presumably.
Yeah, I mean, just mark it down. Go ahead. Gotta be confident in yourself.
I do like that I got +3 strength in Hilda too,
Yeah,
because you need every last little tiny bit of damage on the last boss, and she'll be using that then.
yeah. If you thought Susanoo was BS, wait until you see the final boss in this game.
Could this be my...
I'm always really tempted to kill enemies whenever I get that surround.
Yeah, it's really hard to resist the free experience and money,
If Hilda came up first, I might have just did it, but I don't trust Johnny.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's also really good that they have +3 agility on Johnny too, because you need turn order in this game more than anything.
Yeah, and
It's really, really, really important.
And Johnny getting his turn first may seem kind of like meh, because you're like, what does he do? But he really does let you get away from battles pretty consistently if he gets the first turn, and he has access to good magic, so he's quite useful. When I started learning this game, I was kind of playing with the idea of like removing him from the party, but it's actually really bad to do so.
All right, let's do this. Yeehaw! Eat this!
Hip hop, take this!
This was a miss.
The beautiful young heroine takes the stage. Hip hop, take this!
So right there, there's an ability, when he used Hail Dust, you notice it kind of knocked the enemies back into each other and then kind of went down and hit them all. It's really good when you can get that kind of set up with that ability. It's hard to do. You have to know where to position the actual ability to go to get that kind of hitting. Because you can't just target the guy in the front because it won't hit the guys in the back. So you have to actually know where it's going to go and how the ability works to get it done that way.
Yeah, it's very positioning dependent. Like, it has to push them back, and then the one behind them has to be close enough to the front one that it'll still, like, resolve in that area where it hits all of them.
It's a little luck based, but it also helps knowing exactly how hail dust specifically works.
All right, let's do this.
Alright, and now we get a boss fight, which is essentially going to be pretty much every boss fight from here on in until we start using physical Hilda damage-wise. I mean, there's always specific strats, but it's nothing too crazy. Like, certain bosses, you need petrification, protection, you need to, like, decide to reduce stock, who you're going to target first and stuff, but it's mostly just using Hilda to kill everything.
I'm not afraid of you.
This fight's kind of like the Procyon fight earlier. He's not immune to physical damage, but he's just going to use Hilda to take a crap on this guy, especially now that he has access to the Magic Mind's Eye. And Thorn Whip again is just really good. And you're going to see the power of it whenever he does that. It just 1800 damage is just insane amounts of damage. Very similar to the way that Yuri was in the second game. You just have access to such high damage that you just really shouldn't have.
I'll tie you up nice and tight.
Did you two turn in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you get the first perfect Thorn Whip, the fight is pretty much over.
Pretty flowers.
It just takes two. That's a perfect fight. It doesn't get better than that, really. I'm sure there's a possibility it could, but I think the boss took one turn. Did he even take one?
It didn't take a turn.
Yeah, it didn't even get a turn. Yeah, so that's perfect. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah.
Good stuff. And that's what the Magic Mind's Eye does. The Magic Mind's Eye breaks this game like the Mind's Eye does in the second game. It just requires instead of energy charges being like for Hilda doesn't want you don't want Hilda entrancing herself. You want like someone entrancing into Hilda. Like Johnny's perfect for it because he's got good enough mana to use entrance multiple times, and he's fast enough to go before Hilda consistently.
That's why I want Johnny, because he goes before Hilda,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Give him all the buffs so he can buff Hilda.
And of course, like I said, he can escape from random battles easily and normally, or consistently on like the first turn.
So I upgraded magic for ice there, because this next boss will need all the damage we can get out of Hilda using ice.
Yeah, coming up is going to be the first battle with Killer. Killer is just jerk. He has good HP usually in all 3 fights you fight him in, and he can just annihilate your party. He just does ridiculous damage. If he has stock, if he gets stock, you just die, pretty much. And he's going to come with an extra little floating thing, and it's kind of annoying. It does apathy and some other things, and it cuts off if you try to buff someone. It interjects its turn.
That's huge, yeah, because your main strategy is generally to use Johnny to combo to Hilda using Entrance, but every time you buff anyone, including entrancing them, you will get interrupted and your combo will not complete, meaning you're stuck with whatever turn order you get unless you're using an attack to combo to someone else. So the only real way you could do a combo to Hilda is by entrancing with Johnny and then getting someone else to combo to her using an attack. So it's very bad in terms of your actual battle strategy, because you kind of have to work with what you have instead of kind of sidestepping the whole thing. And the way the boss typically works is it kills you if you kill his helper, because he'll add a lot of speed to himself, like he'll buff himself with Gale, and he'll get like a billion turns. So usually you want to kill Killer first, and then kill his helper second. And the only way to really kill Killer first easily is by entrancing Hilda, using ice, and then finishing him off with like a weak attack. Which is easier said than done, because you both have to hit the rings properly and get the right turn order, and keep yourself alive without dying, which is the very definition of keeping yourself alive.
Yeah. This is a pretty difficult fight. Really all the Killer fights are pretty tough.
If you get good turn order, though, it looks really easy, because all you do is you kill him, and then you're done.
Yeah, when I was practicing this fight, I thought it was a joke. Like, I had seen LCC kind of struggle with it and just have like bad luck, and I was like, why is this fight so bad? So I practiced it a few times, and the first like 4 times I did it, I was like, perfect turn order, everything was great, hit my rings, everything was fine. And so I was like, oh, this isn't a big deal. So I went back to practice it just to make sure I understood strats and things like that. And it didn't go so well. It didn't go so well at all. And since then, I haven't had another good fight with this particular boss.
Yeah.
It's just like, whatever.
This is the biggest level check in the game, I think, too. Like, if you left people dead on previous fights, like different bosses and stuff, and you're down a couple levels when you shouldn't be, this boss will usually wreck you.
Yeah, he's very powerful, and the fact that there's 2 enemies and things can just get crazy out of control, it's a very difficult fight.
Because his attacks you can survive if you're at the highest possible level you can, by basically not letting anyone die on any of the bosses.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you can just tank stuff and get through it, but if you're losing levels, or
I think
if
if
you forget like armor or something stupid, then yeah, it's bad.
I think if Johnny's like level 17, I don't think he can survive any physical attacks from Killer.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think anybody who's like, I think if you're like, because you're in the 20s right now, I believe. I think if you're like
I
19
believe
or
I'm 20. Yeah, I'm 20.
I think I tried to do this fight at 18 once with a couple people at 18, and it was just a disaster. It was just a straight up catastrophe. There just really wasn't. You don't get consistent turn order, and on top of that, you just if he breathes on you, you just die. Because I think Killer always attacks 3 times, right? At least 3 times. It seems like it. I don't.
No.
I can't say that for sure.
I mean, if he has meter, he tends to attack like a billion times, but if he doesn't have meter,
Does he just?
he just attacks once, and then you're home free, usually. That's why if you get like a turn with Hilda early on, you just want to use a stock down magic attack instead of the higher damage one.
what I meant is like he does 3 attacks when he hits you once. Like
Yeah,
if he attacks
like
somebody.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I
And
don't
they
know
all
why that
hit
really matters, but
Yeah, what I mean is that he hits really hard with all 3 attacks. So if somebody
Yeah.
has low HP, they're just gonna die.
I can do it.
And no, it's just wasted, Rosal. It's just if somebody dies, they just don't get experience for that fight. The fight is just experience is distributed evenly among the party members. Everybody gets the same amount.
yeah. So you can't kill anyone off to get extra.
And then people not in the party get, what was it, 50%? 50%, something like that?
50 or 75%. I didn't actually look into it because it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant. Your party's pretty set at this stage. It doesn't change at all.
All I know is they get less, and then they are unusable because they get less.
Yep. And they're pretty much unusable anyway because they're not as good as the other party members. So,
Well, there's always Natan.
yeah. Maybe someday. Maybe someday T-Hawk will be important.
What's your favorite rhythm?
Maybe.
Maybe. We shall see. Because it's at this point in the game that Shania starts losing clout quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. If only she had higher speed. Just,
Yeah, if she had higher speed, it'd be fine. That's her only drawback. Once she's in fusion form, she has high speed, but not before. And before is when it really matters.
yeah,
That's
she's gotta get that.
determining your starting turn order.
Yeah, she's gotta get that initial turn to fuse, and then she's pretty good from there.
But yeah, we've been painting this battle in like this horrible light, like it's the worst thing ever, but I wouldn't be surprised if I just kill him and then win. Because that can
Yeah.
definitely happen.
Yeah, it's really the first. It's not the first battle in this game that's like this, because obviously Tatanka was this way, but
Tatanka you should be able to kill consistently if you're safe, unless you get a crit early on and they get a turn first.
Yeah.
Which you can do nothing about. Luckily that's early enough in the run that doesn't matter that much. But
this fight can just go sideways a lot of different ways. It has a lot of ways to just go like, ugh.
I'll give you a spanking.
But we're almost done with the dungeon now, so we'll get to see the fight soon. And yeah, like the dungeon is self-explanatory. I pick up poison too, and I pick up an angel souffle, and then I just do the puzzles.
Yeah. You pretty much just go down to the bottom level, hit a bunch of you know, you hit those, I guess, I don't know what you'd call them, like panels, I guess, or whatever. And that turns on the elevator to go up to fight the next boss. That's pretty much it. It does seem, it's not really that confusing even in a casual playthrough. You can figure it out pretty easily. Just use it to go down or up and so on and so forth. There are worse dungeons. And the other thing that kind of negatively impacts Shania, like you noticed right there, she's level 18. That's because she missed the boss fight in Machu Picchu. So she falls behind a little bit here.
Yeah, she got more experience earlier in the game than other characters because she had the one-on-one fights, but then she lost experience from the last one.
And she loses more than she actually gets from the one-on-one fights. So it doesn't quite balance out correctly. or doesn't quite balance out at all. Oh! Guy makes the weirdest noise, man.
Wow. What a badass.
Oh god, the crit on...
I didn't know what the ring was. What an idiot.
There, see? Go get him.
When I do a double attack with an item, I don't know what the ring is because I don't do them very often.
Oh yeah, I can see that problem. Well, here you go, guys. Here's an example of how this fight can just go sideways.
Good fight all?
Yeah, 9 hits for 232 damage. That's him raged though as well, but
Yeah, that's just bad luck.
yeah, there's just nothing you can do about that, unfortunately.
We still got poison, right? Sure do.
You want poison 1 and 2 on Ricardo and Shania, right?
Mm-hmm.
For this fight, because you can poison the helper. And if he gets poisoned and then deadly poisoned, he just dies in like 2 turns or something ridiculous. It's hilarious.
Yeah, he does pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Come on.
So that's just kind of the way that fight can go sometimes. The Arc Rage was bad. The critical hit on Ricardo was just bad luck. And then Blarg. You're all
Oh my god. I missed the ring. And now I'm paying by dying.
Eat this!
Let's see. It's not going good, man.
Apathy prevents you from generating stock, in case anyone was curious. And this boss loves to just spam apathy, which just wastes time. I mean, it's effective in what it does, but it was fine.
Hip hop, take this!
Hang in there.
I'm still on the call with Spade. Bowie is at work suffering, so figured I would suffer along with him. We're all tired. It's been a long day for the crew.
Hip-hop, take this!
I don't think Johnny could have killed him.
Can't take anymore!
It's tough to tell.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Johnny can.
Didn't have much left.
Damn, can't take anymore.
I think it would have been close, but
Alright, here we go. The comeback.
Hip-hop, take this!
Killer's dead. Uh-oh. Is he gonna do it? Just believe.
Twinkle, twinkle, poppity pop!
Believe in your justice.
Believe in
heart.
your own justice.
It's not looking too terrible right now. Looks much better. Once you get down to this guy, he's not super scary right now.
It's not over yet.
Oh wow, hail solid. I say that. He's just like, oh, by the way,
More!
the spell. Underbud. Yeah, once Killer's down, the fight gets a little bit more manageable, or much more manageable. But it's still difficult playing from so far behind.
Alright, we should be back in there now.
Oh yeah, nice. There you go. Raids up into the Arc Cure.
So this fight could have been over 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. Unfortunately, it just everything went very much wrong. Missing the Judgment Ring on the Entrance, obviously, and then just from there. Can things just like stop critting, please? That would be great.
I know I shouldn't have even bothered with Entrance. Guess it does a billion moves after.
Yeah, and they're all just like, oh, the Arc surged himself. That's kind of scary. Everyone's so apathetic. We did it, boys. So what to say?
Good fight all.
Yeah, well done. Impressive. That's about how that fight goes. It was impressive that you were able to recover. Very well done. That was a pretty just bad luck, and then just
I missed rings. It's partially my fault.
You did. But
So one thing about that fight is if you kill them quickly, you actually get a mirror bracelet. But now, since I didn't get that, I have to buy an extra one. So money management's a bit tighter. But that's all right. Because the next boss can do petrification, which we need to be fully protected against.
Okay, so now that we've defeated Killer 1, 2 more of those guys to go. Luckily, Killer 2, you one-shot, and
I only got 2 intelligence out of the seal, so I might not one-shot him.
it's gonna be tight, yeah.
Yeah, but I should hopefully be able to kill him quickly.
Yeah. You don't want Killer 2 to get very many turns, because Killer 2 cheats. He cheats. There's just no... he's clearly a cheater. Like, I've seen him have 0 stock, do an attack, get a stock, and take another turn, and then double attack and kill 3 people. I'm just like... Are you kidding? Like, what just happened? I know that sounds crazy, but he's a dirty cheater. Like, that's just the bottom line. Jerk face. Anyway, so with that being said, these giant golem things that we fight and kill, and then we're gonna go through here and do this random boss who does petrification to everybody, or petrify. Which, if you know, in the second game, they really started using status effects really seriously. In the first game, a couple bosses do some things like paralysis. We don't really see like in petrification, but it's single target. It's all single target stuff. In this game, when they do like petrify or apathy or poison, hits everyone. F off. So you gotta have a mirror bracelet on everybody still, or a zodiac bracelet. Or, I can't remember if it's zodiac
bracelet works.
I never can remember if it's zodiac or cosmic. But it's really good. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I just punched Hilda to death. Punched her to death, everybody. What a jerk. Other than that, he pretty much just gets hit by a Gale Rod. Is it Gale Rod? Or Gale Spike or something? And dies. Pretty easy. I can't remember why we're here. I don't remember why this is a dungeon.
You need like a ring or something.
It's to get into the salt mines.
I'd really like it if I could hit a ring today. That'd be great. There we go.
Punch. By the way, in case anyone's curious, I am slightly behind LCC. So I have to kind of say stuff as I see it. Hip hop. Boom. F that guy. If you were doing splits, how far behind would you be now?
Let's see.
Oh man, this is gonna hurt my heart, isn't it?
I don't have my splits up, so I don't really know, but... Or take a wager, I'd say like 20 minutes. Maybe less than that, but
So we're just gonna walk through here. It's pretty easy. You know what to do. You have to walk through the totems, right? The certain totems, and then go down the right paths. It's just a little maze, and then you're done. This is where he gets Hail Exceed, which is a ice magic spell. It's just laying around on the ground over here, and it is what he's going to use against Killer 2. And it does a ton of damage. I think it's the level. Is it level 3 or level 2? It's level 2 ice spell, right?
it's level 3.
Level 3.
Can't take anymore.
I'm not as familiar with the spells in this game. I have to.
Yeah, they changed all the names of the spells for whatever reason. And the animations too, which is fine.
I actually think the Hail Exceed animation is really cool. Rock Javelin is such a good spell. It does so much damage. And this next boss takes advantage of energy charge, and by takes advantage of it, I mean he wastes a turn and then dies. Yes.
Yeah. There's a few bosses in this game that actually have hit point triggers where they do specific things. This one in particular, you basically cast magic on him, he uses a turn to buff himself, and then you cast another magic spell on him, then he dies.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
Usually doesn't go that way, but that's how it's supposed to go.
In all my practice, I could not do this fight for some reason. Like I had some kind of block, but that's how the fight's supposed to go. Yeah, just he buffs himself. He's like, "I'm gonna get you next turn. You just wait until next turn." You're like, "Well, you're dead." And that's all I've got to go with that. I don't have.
Mhm.
Speak the truth.
You know, if he does get his turn, he hits one guy, and that's it. He doesn't
Yeah,
hit
he
everyone like other
yeah.
bosses.
Yeah, he just walks up and punches, drops his. He has a giant hammer. He hits them with the hammer and they die. Because 125% extra damage on this guy is actually pretty substantial. It's really
Yeah,
funny.
he'll one-shot anyone, but
Yeah,
it's one.
It's
not
one.
4.
Yes, you can deal with one. Yeah, it's not 4. It's really funny when Killer 3 also uses, or Malice Killer also uses energy charge, and it's really funny when he has his attack down. When you hit him with attack down status effect, and he uses energy charge, and he still gets another turn, and he like hits somebody for like 120 damage, and you're just kind of like, I don't think that did what you thought it was going to. So he like, not only does he waste a turn buff, or he casts a magic spell after energy charging, like I've seen him do that. So he's just like, okay, well done.
I've never seen that, actually.
You never seen that?
No,
I thought that happened at Scrubathon where he cast a spell.
I don't think so.
This one he did.
So putting mirror bracelets on everyone, just because that protects his petrification. Just what this boss does. If it actually does that a lot, it's actually good, because it means he's not hitting you.
Yeah, he's just wasting time.
But it does have a long animation time at the same time, so...
Yeah, but if he hits with Rock Javelin, he can kill people pretty easily. His Rock Javelin does pretty substantial damage.
Random boss. Let's go.
Yeah, he's pretty much just standing there guarding this thing, I guess. And we try to sneak around him, and he's like, "Hey, see you there." The guy's like, "Oh, I guess the giant monster." Okay, there's that.
Or Hilda-chan.
Did he go first and just crush her?
Yeah.
His name's like Douglet or Doglet or something weird.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, I guess I'll cure myself. I have an unfortunate turn order here.
And him going first always sucks.
More Hilda going before Johnny, and then the boss targeting the exact characters I don't want him to target.
Well, that also sucks as well. Way to take a bad situation and make it worse. Ugh. It's so hard. Yeah, the crits have been unbelievable tonight. In my run, I got a bunch of crits, and then but LCC is just getting crit like crazy tonight.
Now the boss should, I say should, do the energy charge, which will result in someone probably dying.
I would guess it's like a 25% HP trigger. Delegate.
Yeah, he's gonna kill someone. Or he'll hit the person who defended. Sure. Works for me.
I wonder how much he would have hit for. That's a lot, I'm sure. I guess he
Like
would
400, 500?
Yeah, I would guess. It would have easily killed whoever he attacked.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's a good decision to defend. And just
Just random luck.
yeah, well, it's always
I was defending, so he'd use his turn, so he'd get his turn earlier, so he can revive whoever died. So
yeah.
that works too.
Hey, better lucky than good.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta take what you can get now and then, okay?
Definitely. After that last fight, I'll definitely take it. Although it opened up pretty bad, so
Yeah, that's just bad luck with him going and just like crushing Hilda. Anyone else in it probably would have been okay, but killing her like that just kind of screwed up the whole sequence of events. Yeah, that's
and
really
if you're
impressive.
ever questioning why I'm using specific magic, it's always because it's an elemental weakness I'm using.
Yeah.
Because the boss is earth and I use wind magic on him.
Yep. Really got to take advantage of what you can get in this game because all the bosses are so dangerous. So, is that Al Capone?
No, it's not Al Capone.
He looks exactly the same. Whatever. They're
Alright.
very similar chins. Anyway, yeah, you need to squeeze out every ounce of damage you possibly can to kill the bosses as quickly as possible because they're so dangerous. So,
Well, time for the salt mines. Everyone's favorite dungeon.
all the salts. So, do you want to talk about how crappy this dungeon is for stock?
Just about every enemy in here can do stock down attacks. Just about.
Pretty glorious.
So it's so bad that I actually put spikes on Johnny so he doesn't get his stock removed during random battles. It's like the only dungeon I'll actually do that.
Yeah. Earlier you used spikes against Ronway to manipulate who he would attack. In this, for instance, we put the spikes on Johnny, so he'll take SP damage instead of losing stock. And the reason for that is because Johnny must have one stock going into this fight, or he's going to die, pretty much. Because Johnny needs to buff Hilda and combo to her to kill her as quickly as possible. And getting those godwood plates are important because he's got to have them, because that's the last equipment you buy, I believe, for everybody. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's right. Sunshine of love.
I know what I'm missing. I always do this. I always forget to take off the mirror bracelets to sell. I'm always wondering where my money is.
Oh, and another important item he buys here are these replacement men. You need 5, right? You buy 5.
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah, Ace Dude, they it's the mechanic they use to get a discount, which is much smoother in this game than his first game, unfortunately. So he buys as many replacement men as he can. The replacement men are like goat dolls, voodoo dolls, you know, your typical whatever you want to call them items from other games that when you die revives you and consumes the item. He wants his pretty much as many of those as he can get, just because he needs them for safety coming up in this fight, and because against the final boss, when he defeats her and transitions, when he kills the Malice Umbral, she blows everybody away and they die, and she essentially kills you. And then you need those to res your characters back so you can attack Lady once and then kill her and transition win the game. Sorry. Yeah, the Judgment Ring is pretty much the only unique mechanic to the game.
Alright, let's go.
I don't know that regular RPGs or most RPGs require you to not be good at one thing. I mean, like Lost Odyssey and Legend Dragoon all require their own little timing things. Other games are really important to like learn menuing and learning like interactions of characters and things like that. So I don't know that there's 0 things you have to be good at, but there are definitely 0 things you have to be great at. The Judgment Ring is one of the most rewarding systems, I think, just because you're rewarded for being really, really good at the Judgment Ring. Like, you see instant results for being good at it.
I can't lose.
Wow, this turn order.
And earlier when he said that pretty much everything in here does stock down attacks, these fish monster things that he's fighting right here are the worst. Because, like, you see the turn order as terrible, and they all do stock down. It's just, they're just terrible.
And you really want stock for the boss. Like, really want stock. Meaning you're screwed.
Yeah.
Completely and utterly screwed. But that's alright. That's the name of the game. From the New World.
Completely and utterly screwed from the New World.
So how you holding up anyway?
You've
You've been at this for a long ass time.
I'm I'm good, man. I'm gonna
Why
ride
did I
it
go to
out.
the door?
I need to finish this.
Finish the fight.
I'll throw you a kiss of hot lead.
I was hoping Johnny would get some turns here.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about this dungeon is that everything is really fast, and they just cheese you out. They're pretty terrible. I don't think Shadow Hearts really needed to move beyond where it was. I think, I mean, I like the games. I enjoy playing them, but I don't know that we should have gone any further than we did. I think we rode that train as far as it was going to go, and I'm okay with that. I just don't think that dark RPGs speak to the masses. I think when people want dark gothic games, they want things like Bloodborne. With just lots of gore and pointless hack and slashing. So he's just doing these crystal flower puzzles where he's moving pillars up and down. Nothing really spectacular going on in this dungeon. It's actually pretty straightforward. The Lapras enemies actually help you by generating stock because they don't actually reduce it. But then what'll happen is someone will get stock and those fish crab monster things will just yeah, everybody has tactical RPG spin-offs. I just am not a fan of like Bloodborne or games like that. I just never really like interested in them. People can play whatever people can and should play whatever interests them. You're supposed to play games to enjoy them. God, those fish things. Those what would you even call it? Like cloister crab monster things? I don't even like
Cloisters.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever the Pokemon's called.
Sure. It's crazy how much whatever. Chaos Wars? What is Chaos Wars? Let me be very clear. I don't like Shadow Hearts because of the Judgment Ring. Just so everybody knows. It has nothing to do with the Judgment Ring. Judgment Ring's cool and all, but it's not why I like this series. So, I mean, but yeah, whatever. This is
Johnny
pretty
got a
good.
turn. Good job, Johnny.
This is where you get Frank's Sword in the Stone.
Yeah, it's the legendary sword Excalibur in the stone. He pulls it out, but the stone comes with it.
Yeah.
And that's what he uses. A sword stuck in a stone. It's pretty good.
Interesting. I don't really have time for other games right now. I just don't have too much going on. Some of these monster formations are weird. That flying thing, crystal flying dragonfish monster thing, whatever that thing is. I don't think I've ever seen that enemy. Just like ever. And Ricardo just got picked on. There's something else we didn't really... I don't think we really talked about it much in this game. We probably talked about it in 2 and 1. Bosses and enemies tend to pick on characters for some reason. They tend to like just like zero in on people. And I don't know why that is always. Like some people understand Mech Lord. Like Mech Lord, and that sounds interesting, Ashburner. like Mech Lord, people like that, they attack the people with the lowest HP, but there's just like craziness with how enemies target people and decide priorities.
I'll throw you a kiss upon the lip.
I honestly don't know, Glendale. That's a valid question, but I don't know. So before this boss fight, what he's gonna do is he's gonna stuff some fruity fibers down Hilda's throat and turn her into Masked Hilda, so that way she can just kill her.
That's the idea, anyway.
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
In a vacuum, the turnover would go Johnny, combo, entrance, Hilda, perfect, dead. That would be the hope.
The beautiful young
Or low
woman
enough
takes
for
the stage.
someone to like punch him. Because, like, for example, right there, that attack just targeted Johnny, who's light element, I think. Actually, I don't know what element Johnny is. Whatever.
And you never will.
I never will, because I'll never look it up. I'm not even kidding. I'll talk. There's still wisdom right here he's going to pick up, which is pretty useful with Big Chest. Obviously, making Hilda hit harder is never a bad thing.
Getting closer to the end of this dungeon.
It's a pretty long dungeon. Actually, it's not like... I guess it is pretty long compared to some of the other ones.
It's relatively long, yeah.
And additionally, the encounter rate is really high, so it makes it feel longer. I feel like this place and Vilcabamba both have like really crazy high encounter rates, but that could just be just because it's so long and you're in here for so long that it feels that way. It really just depends on how you're trying to take advantage of, or like what you need them for. Fat Hilda's tankier, does more physical damage. Slim Hilda's slightly has less HP, less resistances, and does more magic damage. Slim Hilda's pretty much the Hilda of choice for the run until the final boss, in which Fat Hilda goes in there and just lays the beat downs. And she fights two of the trees, right? As Masked Hilda.
Yes. That is correct.
Damn Shogoths.
Come on.
Can't live with them. Can't. Well, I guess you could live without them. Get rid of them.
Here we go.
So, a quick recap while he's working his way towards Hillary. Will be there in just a minute. Bowie finished his Shadow Hearts 2 run in 6 hours and 47 minutes. He had some trolley stuff happen and missed some rings, but we managed to get through it. I finished Shadow Hearts in 6 hours and 34 minutes. Both those runs are about 17 minutes slower than our PBs, which is kind of interesting. But good runs overall. Shoutouts to Bowie for doing his run after he got off work and then going back to work because he stayed up and did it. Which is crazy. And right now LCC is in the thick, coming up on the getting close to the end here actually of Shadow Hearts from the New World. We have this dungeon and then it's the gate, right? I mean that's it, isn't it?
No, we gotta do the mansion.
Oh, the mansion. Yeah, I always forget about the mansion. It's
So
like,
after this, we do 2 more dungeons. 2 difficult dungeons.
yeah, the pretty much the two. Well, are they two? Would you say they're the two hardest dungeons in the game?
Do it. I'll take
I'm gonna let him play this.
Probably. Oh, so much for that.
Hip hop, take this!
There, see?
Luckily for me, he decided to target one person. Which is huge.
Damn, it's still almost one shot. He has like 1700 HP, right? Or is it the first time? Yeah, his Vice Needle attack won't kill. I don't think it'll kill anybody in one turn.
There, see? Go get him. Hang in there.
Hip hop, take this!
There, see? Go get him. I'll make your grave here. Hang in there.
Hip hop, take this!
Eh. It worked. It worked.
Punishment complete!
So you can see the damage that Slim Hilda does. She just pumps out a huge amount of damage, and Killer was really agreeable, honestly.
Yes, he was very agreeable.
Yeah,
Very much so.
he was very forgiving in that fight, which is good, which is nice considering how hard he's screwed us all over multiple times in routing and testing and so on and so forth. So that was nice to see.
And yeah, Slim Hilda is better for the whole game because of elemental weaknesses. Because you jack up her intelligence and buffer within Trance. Trance does a lot. Because you don't have access to energy charge, you can't really do physical until later on.
Yep.
And the form that does have energy charge is the pink bat form, which dies very easily, so can't really tank any hits. Just get everything and leave. I don't actually need the fruity fibers at all, but
Yeah.
just grab it all and go.
Yeah. I'm not sure how he gets the fruity fiber from his brain, you know, because this is in his memories into the real world, but he does it. He manages to do it. We're going to go back to that whole not questioning it thing.
But yeah, in theory, Bat Hill is the best form. In theory.
Yeah, and only in theory, unfortunately. I was working on it, and it just doesn't... There's no consistency to it. You're going to die way too much, and you're going to lose time because you die, and dying is bad. If the goal were to die to every boss in the game, Slim Bat Hill or Bat Hilda would be the best, but it's not. so
We have to go back to the island.
we have to go back. Why do we have to go back? Something about electromagnetic fields, or some stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so
We're gonna go to the Garland residence. It's a beautiful summer home in the Hamptons, priced at $290,000. It is a fixer-upper. Needs new floors, new roofs, new walls, new doors, but its magical seals are in place. Never can find a contractor to fix that stuff up. So he's going to buff up this eagle statue, which is going to give Thunderbird an ability called Gathering, which clusters all the enemies together. And he's going to do that, and then he's going to poop on these bloopers by hitting them with just use Halix Seed, I guess, or just whatever spell hits small. It doesn't really matter, I guess.
whatever is available. This Gathering probably won't work out because she doesn't have stock.
Oh yeah, because she has a combo, right? Yeah.
Ideally.
Yeah.
Or she can just get her turn early anyways, and everything will be grouped up in a nice formation that I don't have to worry about it.
And everything will be magical, and life will be good.
Kind of like this.
I'm going to teach you a lesson.
This right here.
Oh.
Hip hop, take this.
Did that just happen?
Just happened.
Well, good job. Whatever. So, those are the bloopers, everybody. Let dope. That fight, while looking very easy right there, is actually pretty scary. They have quite a bit of HP and are quite strong. And it's kind of nice you got a free stock out of that for Johnny, too. That's a pretty good fight. I mean, it doesn't really get a whole lot better than that. So. And what he'll do now is he's going to manipulate Hilda staying in mask form, so he's going to take her out of the party, and then he'll bring her back in before he fights Baby Rage. Baby Rage.
So yeah, I used 2 battles so far for Mask Hilda, meaning she has 1 battle left, and then after that battle is done, she'll turn into bat form. So by removing her from the party, she doesn't participate in battles and doesn't count. So we delay that from happening when you get random encounters.
Excellent decision.
Which we'll be seeing more of later as well.
Yep. Other than being really good at your judgment rings and menuing and knowing what to do in this game, there's the slight tech of being able to manage Hilda in mask form. Because if you screw it up, you screw it up. It's not good.
Yeah, it's possible that when you switch and you take like one step, you get an encounter that you don't want, and then you just lose it. And you have to hold that, pretty much.
That's why I like to. That's why I like to get like right in front of the door,
Yeah.
and then switch her in, and then just get out of the menu and press X and go through the door.
This is a little taste of what they could have done to me.
Did you run it? Oh, that's right. They're random battles in here, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ugh, they're terrible. They're so bad.
So before it was mandatory that I had to kill them.
Now he's gonna run away as quickly as humanly possible. Because they are really tough. They're opposite elements, which makes them kind of hard to kill in just like a cluster and like one spell. And they're pretty strong. They have good HP, good MP. Thank you, Mega Warrior. LCC thanks you for the good luck.
You have my thanks.
There you go. See, I told you. It wasn't mine to give, but I gave it anyway. So yeah. I need to put this in that tool bag. So after this dungeon, we have the final dungeon. Coming up, we're gonna have Baby Rage, which isn't actually the boss's name, but it might as well be. And he's light element, I believe, right?
Yes.
So he's going to
Correct.
take extra damage from Evil Shade, which also reduces his stock, which is important. When he gets really low, like 20 to 25%, I would say, or lower, he's going to eject someone from the battle. And we just hope that's not Hilda, or we kill him before he even gets to that point.
The latter is preferred, of course.
Yeah, of course. Just
You can do a regular Evil Shade without being buffed, and then do a second one to guarantee it. It's usually the best way to do it.
that is
Or you
correct.
can just pray and get lucky. You know?
Yeah, and if he punts Hilda, you're kind of hosed. It is very hard to kill him once if he punts Hilda.
That's probably I think it's the only boss in the game that actually ejects party members from the battle.
Yeah, it's a really silly mechanic. Tamikos also does Spirit Ward in the second game, but we don't care about that because we have the extreme and we one-shot him.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, rate energy charges. Just accept the fact that Yuri is the best character in the entire series and just move on with your life, okay?
Okay.
Alright, there you go. See,
There we
we're
go.
glad
Glad
could
we were on the same page.
Yeah. Man, if only you could have Hilda and Yuri in the same party. Because that
What
would,
a party that would be.
that would be completely unnecessary. Because you'd be like entrancing her and energy charging him, and it'd be great. It'd be great. It'd be a party. So, like, this fight's just like all the other fights to this point. Decision making is going to be crucial as far as what he's going to do. He's going to try to buff Hilda and just like one-shot the boss. Or, well, he can't one-shot the boss, but do as much damage to the boss as possible to kill him as quickly as possible.
We'll see if I can one-shot it.
I think it is possible, right? Yeah.
Or the boss can just kill someone. That's fine too. Bye, Johnny.
Hooray for From the New World! Hooray! Baby Rage! God. And he crit once, which is just completely unnecessary. Oh, that barrier is terrible.
I believe with the barrier, he won't take enough damage.
To do Spirit Ward,
I
yeah.
believe. Looks like doesn't have left. F. Okay.
So every time you use a buff against this boss, he generates stock. If I remember correctly.
Can't take anymore.
It's unfortunate. So, I purposely missed my ring with Hilda there, so that I could bring Johnny back to life so he get experience.
Well
Basically.
played. That was well played.
But I lost my replacement man in the process. But you know, deal with it.
You only need one person to have one in the final battle. Oh, well,
Well, I
let
want
me
4.
take that back. You want 4 because you want to make sure that someone gets up after the big explosion. So,
I do have one more I can use for Johnny though. It's okay because I'll get one in the last dungeon.
yeah, the free
So
one.
I did believe. Actually, I think I only bought 4. I might not actually.
Yeah, you bought 4.
I'll double check that in a sec. Forget if I bought 4 or 5. I think it was 4 now that I think about it.
Yeah, it was 4, I believe. As far as the party management in Shadow Hearts 3 versus Shadow Hearts 2, the party in Shadow Hearts 2 that we use now in a speed, if you're talking about like in a speed run, is by far the best party makeup that we've had, and that I think you can have going into the game. It gives you the most versatility and flexibility, and it gives you the strongest characters in the party. The characters that we cut, Geppetto, Anastasia, Joachim, and Corando all have glaring flaws that prevent them from being good enough to be in the party in that game. And it's very similar in this game. The characters that he uses are just the best available characters for various reasons. Johnny's agility and the fact that you have to use him to get like the mind's eye, things like that, just make him an obvious party choice. On the flip side, obviously Hilda's the best character for a speedrun in this game. While the only question mark is Shania, and even then she still has some utility in the fact that like if the blooper fight had gone the way that we talked about, where he's gathering, he can save a bunch of time there. And she's perfectly serviceable once she fuses, but until that point she's kind of wimpy.
So from this point forward, I'm just gonna be doing errands for the most part to prepare for the final dungeon.
He's going to pick up the demon earrings. He's going to make sure his items are set up right. He's going to have to go to the final dungeon and then leave.
Yeah, that's for the purpose of getting Hilda's final weapon, which is necessary for the final boss, and it's good in general.
I actually don't remember why you're coming back here.
Story.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah, I know, it's hard. Hard story to remember.
Yeah, I honestly don't like. It's the little things every now and then that I just forget, like little nuance stuff. Oh, that's right, because you get his dragon sword thing.
Yeah, that's a good weapon for Johnny as well.
Yeah, and it's
Very, very good to have. You get a good weapon for Nathan in the last dungeon too, but because he's lower level, it's not worth doing. The switch.
And we were looking into using a different party member in the place of Shania, just to have like another spellcaster, similar to the way what we did with Karando in the second game. But it felt like we really didn't gain very much, because a lot of times that character didn't have a spell that was relevant. They were just like, hey, I'm another buffer if you need it. Otherwise, I'm just defending over and over. So it just makes more sense to have Shania, who can just do something every now and then, or just do nothing, just like the other character. So.
All right, here we go. Pro talking skills right here. Let's go. Boom.
I don't know what you just said boom about.
Boom. See this talking?
I see it. It's impressive.
It's impressive. I thought so.
It's frame perfect, it seems. I would say. I dare say it.
See, if you face them from the front where they're facing, they don't turn as much, so it's faster. It's a very hard skill. Very hard skill.
So now we're going to go find Shania, and she's going to reveal sort of that she may or may not have feelings for Johnny, which I don't know when it happened, why it would have happened. Because
He knows how to jiggle the door.
that is just inappropriate, sir. And he had to be told by a child.
Yes. Oh my god, now it's just bad. Now we've entered a whole new territory.
We cross.
Late night RPG limit break.
Late night, yeah. It's early morning at this point, yeah. So there's absolutely no reason for her to have like emotional feelings for this. What is he, 18-year-old in a 16-year-old body?
He's a 20-year-old in a 16-year-old body.
Oh, that's right, yeah. And he's like 5'1", maybe at best.
Perhaps.
So, whatever. That's true, Seeker. That's true. That is the boat that I believe LCC and I are both in. Not having slept for several hours.
Right.
Trance. Foiled again.
What the...
Alright. God, my chair is killing me. I need a new chair.
We'll hope that's enough.
He picks up the hit area expands to make it just more consistent to hit with Hilda.
So we go to the dungeon, and then we leave.
Yeah, the side quests in this game don't unlock until after you've gone to the final dungeon.
And on the off chance I actually need to sell that, I pick it up. Alright. First stop, Rio. We're going here to pick up energy charge because we're going to be using Hilda's bat form. And energy charge when her physical attack does crazy damage.
Yeah, it's very useful. It's very similar to the way Yuri deals damage in the second game, but not quite as overpowered because you're not stacking quite as many buffs on her.
And second stop is New York to do a quick little side quest to get Hilda's ultimate weapon. It might sound crazy to do a side quest to get an ultimate weapon in a speedrun, but this is really fast.
Yeah, and it's actually really important.
Yeah,
Because it increases
your required damage on the final boss. Like, if you don't do enough damage on the final boss, you just die. So, you absolutely need this.
Yeah, you desperately need it. It is the like you just said, the damage from on the final boss is really tight. And this is also a joke.
Alright, so we got that. And now we do some menuing real quick.
Well, so essentially what he's doing is he's moving it around to where Hilda is going to be his doing physical damage while Johnny becomes the magic damage dealer, because Johnny has an ability called Awakener, which is similar to the way that fusions are used. He drains an additional SP or a certain SP per turn, and it increases his stats. So it makes him quite the viable magic caster. Excuse me, geez, sorry, hiccups. And the physical attack down he just put on is actually quite important. If he gets the proc against Killer 3, it makes the fight way, way more consistent and easier.
believe we're set. Yes. Actually, I think I have to do a little bit of menuing for moving magic around. Now that I look at it. Just in case. Alright. Okay. Back to the gate. Also, I need to put Hilda at the end position. Give her less of a chance of getting hit by AoE attacks.
Yeah, if you put Hilda in the end position, if killer targets the person obviously on the opposite end or the person, 2 sets down from her, he won't hit her. And she needs to be protected as much as possible because her HP is too low. There is an item called the Assura Earrings, but it takes like 10 minutes to get, and it's not worth going back to get, which will increase her HP, but it's not worth the time. That was unfortunate. Since he didn't get the proc with the pig bat, he's gonna have to rely on Shania to hopefully get it here. If he attacks her, I don't know. I'm behind. So.
I'm thinking.
Now, you do whatever you need to do. Ignore me. I'm just.
So, because we got the proc on P attack down, this attack here, which would normally do about 150 to 200 damage, now does about 60 to 70.
Yeah.
That's just how things work in this game for some reason.
Yeah. Physical or buffs are really weird. Buffs and debuffs in this game are really, in all 3 games, are really weird. Damage is additive, so adding a point of damage theoretically adds another point of damage, but there's another formula underneath it that I don't know what it is that causes damage to actually be calculated, and that's what causes damage buffs to be so overpowered in Covenant and so weird in this game as well. And again, the big goal of keeping the bat alive and keeping the bat healthy so she can counter this boss is kind of a big deal. Like,
Knowing my luck, he'll kill the bat. Yep. Called it.
The instant death her.
He energy charged her.
Here we go.
And he got 2 crits.
Typical.
Yeah. I'm like, I didn't think you'd be able to kill her without, even with the energy charge with the physical attack down, but he got those double crits, and I was just, you know, good enough, I guess.
Pressed the button too early, apparently. I see how it is. Forgot the seal actually prevents you from fusing. So random. But I wouldn't have been able to use the skill I wanted to anyways.
Nice crit though to get that crit back to finish him off there. So unfortunately, Johnny missed out on some experience, but really that's not a huge deal at this stage for him.
One big thing about that fight is that the boss also does physical attack down to you. So if you can get her away with not having that happen to Bad Hilda, then she does crazy amounts. Pretty much 2 turns the boss almost if you get the right setup.
Yeah. That fight was pretty much why a couple of us were thinking that Bat Hilda might be viable, but because of how fast she can kill Malice Killer, but it's not. So
Big reason why you actually don't use Mask there is because you have to go into that fight with Mask and then leave, which actually costs you an extra 30 seconds or so, at least. Because you actually have to walk a further distance out and go all the way back in again. And that walk time actually costs you quite a bit.
Train bitches.
Johnny, no.
Don't kill Johnny!
Get back.
Stop killing people!
So these trees are pretty dangerous too. Everything in this place is dangerous, just FYI.
Yeah, this dungeon in general can just decide that you're dead.
The only time you actually feel safe is after you've killed everything except for 2 trees and you have Masked Hilda going. I think you're usually pretty good to go there.
Yeah.
Usually.
Because once you see how much HP Masked Hilda has, it's ridiculous. It takes so much for the to like, scratch her paint, for a good analogy.
Wow.
Kill everybody.
Did the one thing I didn't want to do.
So these guys are immune to magic damage, so he just used that to drain the staff. Wow. So that Gale Vortex ability he just used only hits things that fly.
Yeah. My one party member that was flying. I should have just been with Shania. smart thing to do. Alright, good enough.
Here we go. Hang in there. Hang in there.
These trees are terrible. I never thought I would say an enemy that is immune to magic. They just kill itself.
Everything in my power to not die.
Yeah, it's been a pretty craptastic sequence here. Unfortunately. Pretty much all he needs is to have the bat get a turn, and this thing will be dead. Or close enough to death to finish it off. But he keeps just trolling him, so. Also, part of this is just the game putting people in like really bad positions after they do abilities, clustering them together and so on and so forth. And just taking advantage of it. So it's clearly cheating. Oh, hide or heed or. This game came out in 2007, I believe. I don't know off the top of my head. You say after killing Killer, right?
Yes, definitely. I do not trust trees to ever not troll me to death. Like
Yeah.
that one just did.
Yeah, they're terrible.
There's one thing I can do though. To help a little bit. Not that it would have helped that fight at all. But yeah, if the bat gets a turn, watch the fuck out.
Pretty much, yeah. It just destroys these trees. Unfortunately, you know, they have a high magic stat and they do a lot of magic damage.
You can get arc barrier off, you're usually fine. But I never ever had a chance one time in that battle
Yeah.
to do both arc cure and arc barrier in a reasonable fashion. But hey, we'll try again.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Get bad turnover again.
when you fall behind with these guys, you're just stuck behind. Good start. I'll be right back.
All right, not a problem there.
There we go.
Okay. Sorry about that. This guy's just
Good guy.
being a tree, man. Being a tree.
Tree in.
Here we go.
That's all four. Lovely. You ever feel like you just can't do anything ever?
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Hold on.
Let's see. Let's see about trying this. This is so tough to do anything because I don't get any turns. And then he hits everyone at once. It's owned by a few people, and then they allow other people to showcase stuff on them. So that's kind of what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it's mainly Puexel and a couple other people that are the admins of the channel, and it's just kind of used to support smaller people that may not get a lot of spotlight, oftentimes. But its main purpose has always been for the RPG Limit Break Marathon, which is an annual marathon that they... Well, I'll say annual because I'm assuming we're doing it next year, but... we did the RPG Limit Break this past May.
That is correct.
Or was it June? I don't even remember anymore.
It was May.
Yeah, it was May.
I remember I lost a lot of sleep that week. I was very grumpy at work. Very grumpy.
Well, we'll try again.
I'm gonna sing right at you.
Oh man, it sounds like you actually got a turn.
You might be right.
I am Garrick1, and he is the LCC.
I'm really never impressed when he does that move, the flying thing, by himself. The AI is not programmed to do that, by the way, it's just random.
What's weird is that each tree subsequently gets easier because you get so much experience from these, you level up more. Which makes them a little bit more consistent after this point. But the first one is just a pain. They still can be terrible, but it is a little bit better after that point. Yeah, this isn't even a boss. This is a mini boss. And there's 4 of them that you fight. Yeah, that's right. There's 4 of these.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Wow. Wow.
I won't say I haven't had this much trouble against these trees in my life, but goddamn, today they're bringing it.
They are... wow, that was crazy. I don't even know what to say to what just occurred. Every time he's dying, he's losing time, mostly because these guys are trolling him. I mean, it doesn't take long to get back down there, but yeah, Stream Hatman, they're definitely messing with New Yorkers at this point. It's just really unfortunate. that this tree specifically is being such a jerk.
Step aside, you're in the way. Let's hurry and finish them off.
Another big problem I'm facing right now is the fact that I don't have stock on my guys. If I had stock, this wouldn't be nearly as bad.
Unfortunately, pretty much anything is going to one-shot that bat at this stage.
If I could catch a break and Ricardo actually acted before the boss, it would be perfectly fine. Chose wrong, of course. As it stands, he's the only one that has Arc Cure.
It is a little bit of RNG with this particular tree, but you know, it is what it is. I think it only takes 2 attacks from the bat to kill it, and the bat can't get a thing because it keeps dying.
I think we're okay now. I was saying. Ah, my god. Can't believe this shit, man. It's kind of ridiculous.
It looks like you got it now, though. Because your bat's gonna need another turn.
That took about 20 minutes longer than it should have.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. They can do that, without.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Usually
just,
they don't do it that much, but they can definitely do that.
the Gale Burst attack that it kept using to kill the bat is, like LCC said, it's just random. They don't normally do that very often.
They like to do it to people who aren't flying.
Yeah,
They like to do that. Alright, that's good.
and it's pretty funny when it happens because it
Yeah.
just misses.
Usually the trees do stupid stuff like that, and it's like, haha, stupid tree, and then you kill it.
Yeah,
But no, this time it's more along the lines of, I'm going to hit every person in your party every turn, and then I'm going to get triple turns, and then you're going to die. Every time.
that
It's just like, come on.
that tree
Give
was
me like one little break and I can do this, but alas, it wasn't meant to be.
that tree was a legend of his people, a hero of his time. Songs will be sung of that tree in taverns across the land.
Let's do this.
Stories.
Poem by Garrick One.
Yeah. Just saying, like, he's just being like a hero. You know, if you're a tree person. I guess, I don't know.
This is also why I tend to have 5-hour estimates for this game, because this can happen.
Yeah.
Even though my PB is like 423, it's definitely not consistent in any shape or form.
Yeah, and unfortunately there's no real way to make it more consistent. It is what it is. There's not...
Well, you can, but I don't like to do it the way that would require you to do it. Because you could basically play lottery and get mass killed early.
Because you get an extra fruity fiber, or...
You get like 4 more angel souffles.
Oh yeah, I
And
remember
then you
you
just
talking
get
about
double the mask. You need to go to a place that plays lottery for a while.
So now comes Malice Gilbert, and we're going to use a third key on him, I think, to kill him. And then,
If he lets me.
yeah. Oh god, right out of the gate, Steep Grudge.
Well. I have one choice here.
Go for it!
That wasn't enough. I forget how much life he has. I think it's 5,000 some. Kinda need rage for that.
Yeah, the extra 900 damage. So, that was the game saying, nope. Literally, there's nothing he could have done about that. It was just over.
Keep trying.
I'm not against using violence.
Do a 4 replacement man. Alright. I will definitely use that then.
Oh god.
Well, it doesn't help when I miss now, does it?
Here we go. Here it goes.
Oh my god. It really doesn't help me miss rings, dude. It really doesn't help.
No, unfortunately it does not.
Ah, I think it's over. Oh yeah, it doesn't hit the back. I forgot. Well, let's see. So close. So close. That was my own fault though that time. Missed rings.
You build stock so quickly, it's crazy.
I'm going to play you a record.
Feels like I'm just getting way worse luck with turn order this run for whatever reason. It's like I never ever get this turn.
Yeah, it
I'm
seems.
not sure why. So my levels are the same. I don't know, maybe Johnny's lower, he's 30, but that could be it. Yeah, I've never had consistently this poor turn order in quite some time. I mean, it happens often enough, but it's like every battle.
Deep Grudge again.
I mean, I could kill a couple randoms, but that sounds pretty far-fetched at this point.
All right, let's do this. Yeehaw! Eat
Yeah, I'll go back and save it like this because I get more stock now.
Yeah, the fact that he can go turn 1 and use Gathering into Deep Grudge, which just does so much damage, is just ridiculous.
I do believe it has to do with the fact that I use the agility on Hilda. I think that might have something to do with it. But I didn't think it would make that huge of a difference.
I'm gonna zing right at you.
You used a Seal of Speed on a Hilda?
I did use one, yeah. I used one on Johnny, one on Hilda. And Johnny didn't get his experience from Malice Killer,
Yeah.
but I was hoping that 1 or 2 levels wouldn't make or break this fight. But he's getting his turn first quite often. So we'll just throw an extra level in there. Not like I think it'll do much. Oh hey.
It actually mattered.
Well,
Well, sort of. We did it!
That one level changed everything, guys.
Wow. Yeah, that was unfortunate. If he hadn't died versus Malice Killer, obviously we wouldn't have had as much problems going into this, but... Alright, well, 2 more trees, but we're much higher level now going into the trees. The trees won't be as bad now. And he got the 5th key that he needs to defeat the final boss. The good news is that the next 2 trees are gonna get masked. So
I'm not against violence.
we're pretty good to go from there.
Yeah. So 1 more tree with the bat, and then 2 trees with the mask.
Yeah, 2 out of the next 3 trees are just gonna get destroyed by Masked Hilda. And you know, the problem with the bat is that it has such low HP. Masked Hilda, Kirby Masked Hilda, Fat Masked Hilda, whatever you want to call her.
It was like 650-ish.
Yeah, she has 650-ish HP. And,
something like that. You know?
and doesn't take damage. So, because she has very high defense, so she's incredibly strong. And it's incredibly helpful. It's also makes the final boss fight very consistent as well. So. That was just some really terrible luck, unfortunately. But it can happen. Can happen.
Hand over your blood.
And it just went right after Ricardo, didn't it? We're just gonna kill him. I don't like his
Works for
music.
me.
Oh, yeah. No, it's cool. Kill
Better
him.
than hitting everyone than killing someone.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Yeah. See, that's usually how the trees go.
That's more typical, yeah.
Much more reasonable there. So we're coming up to the final section of this, the actual final things. We're gonna fight 2 more trees, then we're gonna fight the final boss. He switches his party around just so that way Hilda's not in the party until he gets like right in front of the tree before he triggers the battle, because she's again only going to be in mass form. For 3 battles
Let's do this.
that she participates in. And you need to be like right in front of the tree too, because you can get battles on single frames. And down goes another tree. So, pretty easy with Mass Hilda in comparison to the bat. The tree is just never going to be able to really do enough damage to her to kill her, even taking a double turn. So, pretty easy stuff there.
Bring it on!
So I'm conserving all of my meter for the final boss, essentially, at this point. I want all that I can get. Does it have anything?
Eat this!
Get your Gale Vortex now!
Yeah. That's one of the things like we were talking about earlier. It tends to just use that ability. Like it seems like it picks from the abilities it has access to and just uses them randomly. Which is why it's hilarious that it just used Gale Vortex, whereas when she was the bat, it was the end of the world. And now it just doesn't even matter. Good call to defend there on Johnny. Full heals for safety. And now we're gonna go fight the final boss.
What's your favorite rhythm?
All right. So we're coming up on the final thing here.
Just attacked with Ricardo to get stock back, because I really need it.
Yeah, he needs to have stock for the final boss. Very important. And let's just go ahead and throw this down one more time. You can't get any battles in this corridor, so once he gets in there and gets that save point, he can just switch in for Mass Hilda, set up his equipment, and then go to work. And he's going to put the replacement man on. Those
So
are
the way this fight works, I cannot buff anyone at all. If I buff my characters, the boss will interrupt it and then remove it. And that's not good. So the only real way to kill this boss is by using keys and combos. And then the boss will automatically kill everyone at the end, but the replacement man will revive me so I can do the final hit. Is the general idea anyway.
Pretty good damage. I believe Hex Glare is the same as. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
That was unexpected.
Barely not enough damage, I think.
That's not good. It's barely still alive.
Yeah, basically, if you don't hit the perfect with Johnny when he combos over to Hilda, usually it's not quite enough.
Still have 2 replacement moon left, right?
I lost track already. Yeah, I got one more. So I think we're okay.
You get it?
Yep, it's
Alright.
fine.
When you kill this boss, obviously, like you guys are gonna see in just a moment, and I'm a little bit behind. When you kill the Hex Cataract or the Mouse Umbral, Lady goes all explosion on you and kills your party.
50444. Hell yeah. Suck it. Can't beat that time.
2652. 182652.
Okay. Hoping for under 5 hours, but you know, ran into a little bit of a rough spot there, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly.
Landing, pretty much.
Yeah. All right, everyone. So I guess.
So yeah, I guess that's it. We
Yeah.
did it.
We did it, everybody.
We did it. All 3 Shadow Hearts games beaten back to back in one day.
No. So it was Shadow Hearts 1, and then Covenant, and then this. So the total time for the relay was 18 hours, 26 minutes, and 52 seconds. Everyone had terrible runs. They were all really bad.
They were.
Bowie had some trouble. I had.
He had menu triasis because his
Yeah.
disc wasn't seated properly in his PS2.
The fact that his game even continued to run is impressive.
It is impressive, yes.
So,
Is it over?
I don't want to. I know LCC is probably tired. I'm tired. It's been a long
I
day.
think we're all tired. It's
So-
8:40 a.m.
Yeah, it's 6:39. We started at a.m. We started at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time yesterday.
Goodbye.
And I've been up the whole time.
Yeah.
So,
I basically was here for 2 hours, went to work, came home,
That
was
sounds-
doing the last 3 hours of Covenant, and then did this run.
so
It's
we're all
from
pretty worn out.
outside
I don't really have. I mean, is there anything we want to say? I guess. I'll tweet out the time. I'll let,
Worst relay ever.
it was pretty bad.
It was pretty awful.
So
But
what's
thanks
wrong?
for watching. We were at 300 viewers for the end of this, which is pretty awesome.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone, for putting up
I
with
was
me
thinking about
and
what I should do
everyone.
now.
I know we've been kind of negative all throughout the whole runs, but they really were pretty bad.
It's been
Yeah, they were really bad. If you go-
To be honest,
if-
let's be real.
If you go watch everybody's PBs
So I was
for all 3 games, they're much better.
thinking maybe I
But,
should just stay here.
All in all,
Don't say
it was a really
that.
good time. Thanks
You'll have
everybody.
time to think about that outside.
Um,
Come on.
I am probably not going to be around very much over the next couple of months, would be my guess. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to move on to other games. Shadow Hearts and Covenant, I have the world record in both games, and right now there's no reason for me to continue to improve those records. I don't really have a ton of desire to run this game from the New World. Mostly because of just the RNG and stuff like that, and I don't know what else I'm gonna run, so I don't know if there's going to be more speedrunning in my future or not. We put this together back in January on a whim, and it's been
Before we even routed anything, too.
yeah, it was before
Like,
coming.
you want to do a Shadow Hearts relay? Sure. Okay.
Let's-
I gotta route part 3. You guys route part 2. Part 1's already half routed. Let's go.
And I was super rusty today or yesterday, so I appreciate.
I don't think any of us really practiced that much in the last couple of weeks. I know we basically all did our practice a month ago, and then
Didn't
kind of stopped.
Yeah.
I practiced the last couple of days, but I had really bad runs and just bad stuff happened.
Yeah. So I won't keep everybody, but thank you guys for the follows and things, and I will.
All in all, I think I did all right. I think my rings were fairly good overall.
Yeah, I don't think there
This
were.
is by far the hardest game to do rings in, for sure.
Yeah, it's also the hardest run to negotiate making the correct decisions. So.
Yeah.
So thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna let LCC go, I guess. The stream will go down.
Yeah,
We'll let
so I'm just gonna let the ending music play because it's awesome.
Yeah, and I assume there'll be VODs of the relay. So yeah, thanks for the follows. I appreciate it. I'm sure LCC appreciates it as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Same thing for Bowie, who's not here. He's at work. He trooped on through that. So we'll see if I find something that brings me back to trying to do games fast. And then maybe when it gets closer to like when after SGDQ and limit break signups go up or whatever, maybe I'll come back to these games and try to run them again. But I don't know right now.
I plan on playing part 2 and learning that at some point. But
So if he takes my record, I'll just have to take it back probably. So that'll be the thing. Maybe Legend of Legai or other things. I should probably do SO2 just for my own edification, but we'll see. We'll see. So again, thank you guys. I appreciate it. And thanks for watching.
and now enjoy Spread My Wings.
This rapping is intense.
It is, man. Spread my wings. Spread my wings. What a great song, man. I hope you're all enjoying this song, chat.
Alright. So, I don't know. I'll send something to Poexel, let him know that we're done, and that what the final time was. And I'm gonna get off the Skype call and I'm gonna go to bed. So thanks,
Good idea.
LCC. Thanks, Bowie the Hero. Thanks everybody who watched. Again, if I'm missing in action, I'm missing in action for a little while, but I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Yo, thanks, Garo Baruso. So my PB is 423, meaning how many minutes off is that? You know, like 41 or something. Quite an awful long time. But you know, how many times did I die? I should have had a death counter at this point. Oh man. See, I died to Tatanka twice. Died to Maybos. Could die to Killer, maybe. Died in the tree, like, I don't know how many times. 10? 5, 10? Died to Dallas Gilbert, of course. Classic. Also, if anyone out there actually wants to learn one of these games, there are notes available. I don't have them posted on my channel, but I will probably get them up there pretty soon.
So,
And Garrick
Nathan
1
went back to his Grand Canyon village.
has notes for
These
Shadow
days
Hearts 1
he
and
lives
2.
as a warrior, protecting all of his brothers in the tribe. He said he did his duty and asked me to
And
take
they're pretty
care of
detailed,
the
I
rest.
think. Part 2's pretty much tells exactly where to go and what
He's
to
with
do.
his ninja comrades, still fighting to
Mine do
protect
the same,
peace
pretty
and
much.
freedom.
I didn't check out Part 1 because I
He's
never
actually
really
become kind of
bothered to
famous
check
and appears on TV from time to time.
for whatever reason.
Maybe I'm being off base here, but aren't ninjas supposed to be kind of invisible? Master
This
Meow,
is the third
she's
game.
become a huge Hollywood star, a dramatic actor who can do action adventure too. At least that's what the buzz is. Nobody seems to notice she's a cat.
No one seems to
Hilda,
notice that she's a
She
cat.
returned home loaded down with an armful of souvenirs.
I don't know when I'll wake up again. It may be 100 years or so, but if you're still alive, I'll visit.
Says her. Ricardo disappeared after placing flowers on Edna's grave. He didn't say a word to anybody. Maybe later, when I'm a little older, I'll wander into a bar and find him singing. It'll make me real happy. And as for me,
Telephone.
Yes? This is Garland Detective Agency. Yes. Yes. Right. Yes. Yes, right, I understand. We'll be right there. Master! We got a call from a guy named Baker in the 3rd borough. It seems they're missing their sweet little kitty cat, and they want us to run over there and find it.
man, again? I told you not to take those kind of jobs.
I know. You don't have to remind me. I'll go with you if you want me to.
I'll be fine. And don't treat me like a child. Later.
Master!
Boy Detective.
Please, be careful.
Alright. That's it, folks. Thanks for watching, everyone. You're all free to go about your business. So next event on this channel, by the way, is the Jelly Bowl, which is a week from now, on the 18th at 2 p.m. Eastern, which is a race for Ancient Cave. It's not strictly a race. It's actually kind of cool because you have like points because you can keep retrying, and you get more points the further you get, and you actually kill the jelly or how much damage you do to it, stuff like that. So if you're familiar with Ancient Cave and Lufia 2, it's pretty fun to watch. I highly recommend it. So that's what's coming up next. And this is the bad ending, of course, so she's evil. But once again, thanks everyone for watching. I'll be cutting stream now. Goodbye, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever the case may be. The end.